a network here might cut off anytime, Chairperson. If I happen to, please bear with me for that.
Okay, you're welcome, Honorable Klebekolo. Then we need to start with our meeting for today. We'll try to be as fast as we can, maybe latest by 10 we should be out of here. I want to welcome all of you to this meeting. As you know, the purpose of today's meeting is to deal with the implementation of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act and an update on the 2017 Indaba resolutions. You will all recall, colleagues, that the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act has finally come into effect as from Thursday last week, as the President has announced during the annual opening of the National House of Traditional Leaders on the 4th of March 2021. Many Khoisan leaders and Khoisan communities have waited a very long time for this. As a committee, we have also been expressing concerns around the delayed proclamation of the Act, as this amounted to making unfulfilled promises to our people. However, there are still prescribed processes to be followed before the Khoisan can take their rightful place in the national and provincial houses of traditional leaders and receive recognition as public office bearers in terms of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act. They must still apply and meet the criteria for recognition as prescribed in the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. We recognize the importance of this in ensuring that only legitimate persons and communities qualify for recognition. However, in executing these prescribed processes through the envisaged Advisory Committee on Khoisan Matters, we urge the Department of Traditional Affairs to strive to minimize any further undue delays in the official recognition of the Khoisan. Another provision of note to this act is in respect of the minister's intervention, where the premiers failed to resolve traditional leadership dispute concerning the recognition of traditional leaders below the level of kings and queens. The committee has previously expressed concern around the increasing number of traditional leadership disputes, where government was at the center of the confusion, creating serious divisions and feuds within the affected traditional communities. The department has previously indicated to this committee that legislation vested the responsibility to resolve traditional leadership dispute concerning the recognition of the traditional leaders below the level of kings and queens in the provinces and premiers. This was very frustrating to these committee members, as it felt like the department was shifting the responsibility away from itself. The Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act now removes all doubts and provides the certainty that the minister responsible for traditional affairs has the authority to intervene in instances where provinces fail to resolve the recognition disputes in consultation with the premier of that particular province. Another matter that has been of concern to us as a committee is the unsatisfactory implementation of the resolutions emanating from the 2017 Traditional Leadership Indaba. Recommendation 4.3 of the committee's preliminary 2020 budgetary review and recommendations report instructed the Department of Traditional Affairs to provide to the committee a report on the finalization and implementation of the program of action on the resolution of the 2017 Traditional Leadership Indaba. The department up to date has not yet complied. We do understand that many of the issues resolved at the Indaba are at the preserve of other line function departments. However, as the lead ministry on traditional affairs, the department has a duty to see to it that all these other line departments fulfill their commitments in terms of the resolutions. The department must therefore strive to minimize the impression that it is shifting responsibility away from itself. So those are the issues that we felt we need to say to you upfront as where we stand as a committee. And then having said that, can I therefore allow the Deputy Minister Wapela to make an overview of the presentation that the Director General of Traditional Affairs is going to present in this meeting tonight. Welcome, Deputy Minister Wapela. The last time I called you, you didn't respond. But can I hand over to you, Deputy Minister Wapela?
Thank you, Chairperson, and to all honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and to the National House of Traditional Leaders, led by Nkosi Mahlangu. I haven't seen who else is there, but there are quite a number of them. And good evening to all. Thank you, Chair. Today we have been asked to come in an account on the two subject matters that we have presented already, the implementation of the new law, the Traditional and Quiescent Leadership Law, and then also on the implementation of the 2017 Indigenous and Traditional Leadership Indaba, which was held in Birchwood in Johannesburg. We have, to the best of our ability, gathered the information, but as you had already said, that the program of action has not yet been shared with the Portfolio Committee. The DG will have to answer on that one, because I thought it was long distributed to the Portfolio Committee members. Chair, not to hasten to mention that obviously the Indaba was one of the landmark and event that took place post-apartheid, where traditional leaders gathered in their big numbers with civil society groupings, with quite a number of departments participating, with a lot of NGOs also participating, and then Chapter 9 institutions also participated. It was one of the gatherings where freely they were able to engage, share, answer questions, and then those who also came were political parties that came in to present their views on the future role of the traditional leaders. Out of that, 4 thematic areas that the presentation will indicate came out. And then out of the 4 thematic areas, there were 4 commissions that were then held over a period. And then the commission's recommendations were put in the plenary for consideration, and did 17 resolutions all in all came out of that particular Indaba. I see the Indaba as more a reference point for what ought to happen in the traditional leadership institution and the sector. I see it more like an NDP of the traditional leaders, but obviously an NDP that has a number of what ought to be achieved and what government should do in order to achieve some of the objectives and the goals as set out. It is more like your Freedom Charter, which even today we still refer to it in terms of its implementation. It has short-term objectives, it has medium, it has long-term. And but obviously some of the issues raised, having agreed on, are quite complex, and then we will indicate in the report how the government has responded or is responding to some of the issues. It's 4 years since the conference or the Indaba was held. On the TKLA, obviously it took longer, obviously through a number of processes, almost 6 years in the parliamentary systems, including after it was finalized, going to the president, it was it was taken to court or threat to go to court by some people with a number of questions that wanted the president to respond to. So hence the president took longer, almost a year of considering those issues, consulting lawyers through the department, engaging on the number of issues that were raised by certain NGOs, that if we don't respond to these issues, they will block the law from being signed into law. Finally, once we got those legal clarities, we're able then to advise the president to sign it into law. To date, no one has gone to court since that time, hoping therefore that the issues that they've raised and which we have responded to their lawyers, they were found not to be as heavy and weighty, and hence no one has gone to court. However, the narrative in the media by those who do not want to see this sector evolving, transforming and being part of the South Africa that we have all agreed to be building, knowing that the Constitution has recognized the institution, they still talk bad about the TKA and very, very negative stories. I've engaged the Department Communications that they must really come into space and then engage on the public discourse that is there, hoping this platform will also give us that opportunity of clarifying whatever are the issues through you asking questions, and then we'll be able then to also clarify the public, those who are watching from other channels, so that we could then be able to set a path for the sector to be recognized and enjoy its space in a democratic South Africa. Chair, those will be my preliminary open remarks, and thank you very much for inviting us really to come and present an account on the two subject matters. And obviously the House is here. They'll also be speaking for themselves on how they view things and how they see things. We'll be able to share perspectives going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DM. Can I hand over to the DG of Traditional Affairs to load the presentation and then continue with the presentation? Over to you, DG Dipov.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the committee. Thank you very much. The honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, our Deputy Minister, the Deputy Chair of the House, and other members of the House in attendance, and my colleagues as well. Chairperson, we've got two presentations that will be done back to back with your guidance. The one focusing on the implementation of the Traditional Leadership and Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, as well as the one focusing on the implementation of the resolution from the 2017 Traditional Leadership and Indigenous Leadership Indaba. I think in terms of the action plan itself, it has been a living document with a number of areas where, as Chairperson has correctly pointed out, it requires the coordination of various role players, the issues relating to land, coordination with the ministries responsible for that, the issues relating to socio-economic development, coordination with the ministries and other role players responsible for that, the issues relating to social cohesion, nation building, and then of course the areas of legislation where a lot of the work would have been done from within our ministry, but some of the processes were outside the control of the ministry, as Parliament had to play its role as well. It's a living document. We'll just want to make sure that we update it one last time, Chairperson, so that we can share with the committee a much more updated document, given recent work that has been done and recent developments and opportunities that have arisen in the last few weeks. What we will do, Chairperson, with your permission, our DDG, Ms. Shoki Mokhaladi, will take the committee through the presentation on the implementation of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, and then soon after that it will be followed by an update on the implementation of the resolutions by Mr. Jacob Mashishi. If we could have the first presentation loaded so that we can take the committee through that presentation. Thanks, Chairperson.
Good evening, and thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the National House, members of the National and Provincial Houses who are here, the DG and colleagues, and all protocol observed. I will be presenting on the implementation of the TKLA, and I'll also be highlighting some of the work that we have done in relation to implementation of the Act. And I will start. I will skip the first slide, which is an outline, is the presentation outline. I'll skip that one. And the purpose of our presentation is, Chairperson, to brief the committee on implementation of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, which commenced on the 1st of April this year. I'll go straight to slide number 4, where we just indicating there the days of enactment of the Act and the commencement of the Act. And in slide 5, we are there presenting the key challenges that the Act will be addressing, or effective implementation of the Act will address. These are the key challenges that we are facing in the sector, some of which we have already in the past presented to the committee. And just to mention a few in the slide, one of the key challenges that we have been facing as a sector due to not having an enabling legislation is the legal recognition of Khoisan leaders and their communities. And this Act is addressing that particular challenge. And the other issue has been the legal reconstitution of traditional leadership councils, all of them. And we also had some court cases on the legal standing of some of the traditional councils. And the Act is providing enabling legislation to address that, because that challenge was as a result of the time frames that were provided in the previous law that had lapsed. So this Act is addressing that as well. There was also an issue of disestablishment of community authorities, which was also as a result of the time frames provided in the Framework Act, which is the previous legislation, which had also lapsed, and the Act is addressing that. We also had the Chairperson, some of the things that we're reading there on the inconsistencies across provinces in terms of support and support and provision of tools of trade to our traditional leaders. And it's also it will also be addressed by the Act, because in the previous law, we did not have provisions that were empowering the minister to publish in the government notices the national norms and standards and the regulations. So now in this act, we have got those provisions which are empowering the minister, which may address this challenge. And when we go to slide 7, there we are just outlining the responsibilities of national government in the implementation of the act. And some of the key responsibilities that we are outlining there is the establishment of the Commission on Khoisan Matters, which resides with the minister, and the commission will be facilitating the recognition process for the Khoisan leaders and their communities. And the other responsibility within COPTA is the development of a formula to determine the number of members of traditional and Khoisan leadership councils, which is a prerequisite for the legal constitution of traditional councils. And we are also tasked with the role of monitoring legislation, which was not there before. So the department now has that role to ensure that the traditional affairs legislation is implemented and complied with. In slide 6, there we're presenting the responsibilities of the National House. Here we only outlining, excuse me. There we are only outlining the core responsibilities of the National House that were not in the previous law. But to indicate to the committee that the House has many core responsibilities, but here we just outlined few that are new or are introduced by the TKLA. And one of those will be, some of those will be the issue of the National House preparing strategic and annual performance plans, and also preparing for approval by the minister, and also preparing quarterly reports on the implementation of the annual performance plan, as well as the annual report thereof. So those are some of the key new responsibilities of the House provided by the Act. And in the previous meeting with the Portfolio Committee, there was an issue of women, the role of women and women representation. And the Act is empowering the National House to play a critical role in terms of facilitating that there is compliance with the 1/3 women representation in all structures of traditional and Khoisan leadership. And the House will also be playing an advisory role and recommending interventions that can be implemented to government, the minister, the premier, as well as the structures of traditional leadership on how they can meet or comply with the requirement of 1/3 women representation in the structures. And in slide 9, there is the roles of provincial government, and I just indicate, I'll just be talking to a few of them, and the ones that are urgent and critical will be the one on the legal constitution of traditional leadership structures. I'm not talking the Khoisan one, I'm talking about the councils, the traditional leadership councils, the ones I was referring to, where the timeframes had lapsed, the timeframes provided by the previous law had lapsed. So that is a very urgent matter, which provinces should ensure that there is a compliance, and we are also outlining the timeframes thereof. Another critical role of the province chairperson is the payment of salaries and allowances, benefits and provision of tools of trade to the Khoisan leaders once they have been recognized through the processes of the Commission on Khoisan Matters. And another also critical role that provinces need to play is capacity building programs for structures of traditional leadership, and also traditional and Khoisan leadership, as well as the structures, that is the councils and the houses, the provincial houses, local houses, kinship councils, and all that. And in slide 10, we then start presenting our state of readiness and how far are we in towards implementation of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. And as I indicated that one of the key responsibilities of national government, and in particular the COPTA ministry, is to establish the Commission on Khoisan Matters. The processes we have advanced in terms of the processes in that regard, and we are just outlining in that slide there what we have done so far, and just to indicate that most of the work has been done. The selection panel has finalized the shortlisting and the interviews for the commissioners of the Commission on Khoisan Matters, and the panel is currently in the process of submitting the recommendation of the panel to the minister to appoint the commission. And there's a requirement in the, not necessarily a requirement, but there's a provision in the act that the minister may consult with the premiers on the recommended candidates for the Commission on Khoisan Matters. And we are then indicating there that we envisage that the whole process will be finalized by the end of May. And we will have a commission by the end of May. And then in slide 11, there we are just providing more details about compliance with the Act in relation to the constitution of traditional leadership and Khoisan councils. And we outline all the timeframes for the different categories of traditional leadership councils and the Khoisan councils. Just to indicate to the committee that the ones where the timeframes had lapsed, and where the Act is now providing enabling legislation for them to reconstitute, they must reconstitute within 2 years after commencement of the Act. And the ones that where the traditional communities have been recognized after the 1st of April, that is after the commencement of the Act, or from the date of commencement of the Act, those ones they should reconstitute 2 years, within 2 years after publication of a formula, in a formula for determining the number of members of traditional councils in a government notice. And we, as the department, so that we assist provinces to be ready to reconstitute, we have engaged provinces, we have written letters to them since 2019, outlining their responsibilities, outlining the key compliance issues that are provided for in the Act, and requesting that they should be prepared for that. And as the department, we will be closely monitoring provinces to ensure that they comply with all the provisions of the Act in terms of constitution of traditional councils. And in slide 12 there, we just outlining there the prerequisites and the prerequisite for constitution. And there are 3 there. The first one being the formula for determining the number of members of traditional leadership and Khoisan councils. and that is the responsibility of national, and we are indicating there that the provinces will not be able to constitute if before the publication of the formula in the Gazette by the minister. And we are indicating the work that we have done and the processes that are underway towards finalizing the formula. And there we are indicating and committing that we will have the formula ready for the minister to consult with the premiers and provincial houses of traditional leaders, particularly the formula for the constitution of traditional councils. So we are saying by end of May, we would have finalized the formula and consulted. And in slide 13 is the second prerequisite. It is required that before the constitution can happen, the second requirement is that premiers should define and map the areas of jurisdiction of all the traditional leadership councils, all the levels, starting with the kingships, the queenships, principals, traditional councils, and traditional councils. So that is a requirement, and they should have published them in the government notice, because once a council has reconstituted, when the premier issues or publishes the government notice of the legal reconstitution or constitution of that council, it should be accompanied by a gazette of the area of jurisdiction and the map of that particular council. And in this regard, we started a project as the Department of Traditional Affairs to prepare provinces in this regard. We started that project in 2019, and we are supported in that project by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and we have finalized 6 provinces to date. So 6 provinces, we can say they have met that particular prerequisite. And the third one is the auditing of the legally recognized headmen and headwomen by provinces. So they should have, before the constitution of traditional leadership councils can commence, they should have finalized this audit, because it informs also the issue of the formula. So we should know how many headmen and headwomen are there under each senior traditional leadership, and within that area of jurisdiction that has been mapped of a senior traditional leader. And provinces have also been informed since 2015 to say they must conduct this audit in preparation for implementation of the TKLA. And then in slide 14 there, we are there indicating the 3 aspects that helps to determine whether a province is ready to constitute or reconstitute traditional leadership councils. And the 3 aspects there, they include those prerequisites, but also a budget for the reconstitution process. And we have requested, as the department, we requested provinces to submit their state of readiness reports and project plans for the constitution or reconstitution of traditional leadership councils last year, April. We have also engaged them in several platforms like the MinMax, and the technical min-max. And at the time, only KZN and Northwest indicated that they are ready to constitute. But then, because now the act has commenced, we will then follow up with all the other provinces for them to submit their state of readiness reports, as well as those project plans, so that as part of the monitoring function of the Department of Traditional Affairs, so that we can then develop a national schedule or program for the reconstitution, and be able to also monitor if provinces are complying and sticking to those project plans. In slide 15 there, we are just outlining our state of readiness in terms of the determinations of salaries, benefits by the remuneration for the Khoisan leadership positions, because the Act is introducing the two Khoisan leadership positions, the senior Khoisan leader, as well as the branch head. So because Khoisan leaders are public office bearers, the same way as traditional leaders, their remuneration in terms of salaries, allowances, and benefits, they are determined by the president based on the processes and recommendations of the Remuneration Commission. And in this regard, our minister has already written to the chairperson of the Remuneration Commission to include the determination, the salary determinations for those two positions for our Khoisan leaders in future determinations, so that once the Commission on Khoisan Matters has finalized its processes and the minister has recognized Khoisan leaders, then the provinces will then be to pay them salaries in line with the determinations from the president based on the Remuneration Commission processes. And in slide 16 there, we are just indicating that because it is important that traditional leaders and their traditional and Khoisan leaders and their structures are capacitated to be able to perform their functions as outlined and prescribed in the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. It is important that as government, we support them. We have relevant capacity building programs to ensure that all structures of traditional and Khoisan leadership are functional in terms and they can perform their roles. We have entered into a partnership as the department with the local government sector education and training authority, where the local government sector education and training authority will be assisting us with advisory services and training of and capacity building of traditional leaders. In this regard, a project on traditional and Khoisan leadership induction and training has been conceptualized through this partnership, and most of the work has been done. Key stakeholders have been briefed, like the National House, the provinces, they have been briefed on the project. And we can say that we have advanced in terms of this project, or in terms of implementation of the partnership, and a manual will be developed in this regard. And the whole program has three components. The first one is advisory services in relation to the reconstitution. I must say, and I must apologize to the committee there is a grammatical error there. On the reconstitution is supposed to be 1R, and I apologize to the committee for that grammatical error there. And so is the reconstitution advisory component, induction component, skills assessment, induction and training component, and skills assessment component. The training component is continuing, it will continue even before the constitution of the houses, because it is aimed at the traditional leaders. And then the induction component will commence as soon as the structures of traditional leadership have been reconstituted. I mean, the councils, all the councils, and all the houses of traditional, then it will commence, because then the induction will be inducting the new members in their roles and ensuring that they understand their functions in those structures. And then the last component of the project is the skills assessment and needs assessment, skills audit and needs assessment component. In slide 17 there, we are just indicating the workshops that we conducted. And we conducted a workshop for the National Khoisan Council, so that those members of the National Khoisan Council can then assist in terms of information sharing, or sharing the information on the content of the Act as it relates to particularly the sections that relate to Khoi and San with their communities. And we have also requested provinces to indicate if they need workshops on the content of the TKLA, just to make sure that there is common understanding and interpretation of the Act before implementation starts. And it is because there is just to ensure that there is compliance with the Act, and we have the same understanding and interpretation of the Act. And only 2 provinces indicated that they will need those workshops, and is the Northern Cape and the Western Cape. And we have, once they have indicated that, then we workshopped them in March this year. And then also to indicate that the Deputy Minister is currently planning a program or a project where he will be visiting provinces to meet with the political heads in the provinces in relation to implementation of the Act, and also some of the Khoisan National Khoisan Council members on that. And that will also be part of just ensuring that the Act is implemented. And in slide 18 there, we just indicating, Chairperson, that the department is currently creating capacity for legislation implementation, monitoring and compliance, and to ensure that we have a dedicated unit that will be, among others, ensuring and monitoring implementation of the TKLA and all the other legislation administered by COCTA Ministry through the Department of Traditional Affairs. Thanks, Chairperson. We recommend that the committee notes the briefing report on implementation of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, DDG Shoki. Can we then allow the National House to only deal with the implementation of the Act, only that one, so that we can then have a seamless understanding of this? The National House, Nkosi Matlangu?
Yes, Chair. Let me just go into it. No,
You're only dealing with the implementation.
All right.
Only dealing with the.
No, thank you, Chair. We greetings once more to honorable members the committee, and our traditional leaders that are part of this meeting. Let me thank the department chair for the presentation that they've made, and I think would also follow more or less the same process in terms of our presentation. I am just going to highlight a few points from the National House in terms of how we see this process. I think firstly, I must say that we are excited that finally the act has been promulgated and the president has made a determination in terms of the date of when the act should commence, and the act is supposed to have commenced on the 1st of April, and we've already heard that other provinces have been trying to implement the act, especially now one is the KZN, and I've been hearing that the province of KZN is already trying to amend section 81 in relation to what the TKLA says. We have been very worried, Chair, I must say, about the lack of the reconstitution of traditional councils, and I believe that this act is going to address some of those. So yeah, we are happy that at least this act has been promulgated, even though, Chair, we had amendment of the framework, the Governance Framework Act, that we did to allow for reconstitution, but unfortunately, after that act was promulgated on the same day with the TKLA, nothing much was done in terms of trying to make sure that there is a reconstitution of traditional councils. And I think that has rendered many traditional councils as illegal structures. And we've seen land being stolen by bogus headmen in different communities. I think there's been a serious invasion of our land by others that are pretending to be traditional leaders, and we're happy that this piece of legislation will assist us as an institution to be able to arrest those that are using the name of the institution badly, that are always claiming to be traditional leaders whilst they are not, and cutting sides illegally in areas that belong to the sector. And I think some of them have been giving the sector a very bad name, where we are, those that are our detractors, when they see some of these things that are being done by most of these bogus traditional leaders, they would always paint the sector as being responsible for some of what is happening out there. And secondly, Chair, we're excited that our colleagues, being the Khoi, will now finally be part of us. We've been pushing for their inclusion into the House, and also to be included as a sector, as a sector within a traditional leadership institution, so that we could work together in developing our own communities. And yeah, we welcome them, and that's what is exciting. We must say though that as a sector, we had a few concerns on TKLA, but we agreed with the Khoi that let us allow the act to be able to go through so that they can become members. And I think the concerns that we have will then deal with them later and possibly propose amendments to that legislation. I think thirdly, Chair, as one is highlighting areas that we feel that have made us happy with the promulgation of this legislation. We must caution, though, Chair, that we've noted the slow pace of how legislation dealing with traditional leaders has been treated. I think in most cases we are entertaining many people that are detractors, even though most of them can't even show their constituency, you know, in relation to their concerns. I think we entertain too much. Maybe yes, that's democracy, where you need to hear each and every voice. But I believe that when it comes to legislation that has to deal with the institution, I think Parliament has been entertaining similar groups in every piece of legislation that are always detractors. Yes, it is good to hear a dissenting voice, but it should not be a dissenting voice that seeks to disrupt how an institution works, but it should be a dissenting voice that also shows you your blind spots or things that you are doing as a sector that may not be palatable with the communities that we are leading up, which are things that we admit some of them that we need to sort out as a sector. But I think we're always threatened by going to court and what have you. So now Parliament can't now do its work because of fear of being taken to court, where you have the Traditional Courts Bill that has been before Parliament for almost 15 years. You have, you know, and this legislation as well was started in 2015, even though we have concerns that I said we have concerns, Chair, on some issues within this legislation. But I think it's a legislation that seeks to take us forward. And we believe that maybe it will assist the sector to perform better than how it has been performing. You know, but I think one must also raise a point that within the budget of the department, one has not seen an increase in our budget. It's still the same budget. We've raised a concern with the Framework Act that the Framework Act has not been implemented, and we went as far as taking a resolution that maybe we need to take government to court to force government to implement Framework Act in its entirety. But we've been told that this legislation has been costed, so we are not really sure. We can hear the words that it has been costed, but we're not sure if it has been costed, because we are worried with the department's capacity in dealing with issues that are related to the institution, because we always told that there are no funds to do things. So I am just not sure that how are we going to prove that the department has really costed this legislation if we don't see the money in the budget allocation. In fact, our budget has been reduced. So I'm just not sure how are we going to implement what is within this legislation. But I think, Chair, I was just raising a few issues, but the person that will be presenting on the implementation of on the impact of the implementation of TKLA is Ubabu Stole, who's the CEO of the House. I was just highlighting a few areas that may affect the implementation or lack of TKLA. I would request, Chair, through you, to allow the CEO of the House to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the National House. Can the CEO then make the presentation only on the implementation of the Act? Baba Stole.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to honorable members, DM, Chairperson of the National House, and members of the National House who have managed to join. Chairperson of the National House has basically covered the presentation in his summary. Mine is just to touch up few things that maybe they needed just to be mentioned. Well, the Chairperson did mention, and I think DDG did mention some challenges on the vulnerability of the institution of traditional leadership in terms of lack of local standing, which we have seen courts ruling that traditional leaders do not have the responsibility to locate land and all of that. So that was a very serious issue which led the institution of traditional leadership, especially structures, be very vulnerable. We all know that Inkosi ayibusi yodwa. Inkosi it is having a committee or some people whom Inkosi rules with, but with the decision of the courts, we only found that Inkosi now is left alone to run a number of issues or number of work that is done by the Traditional Council. That was as a result of ETKLA, or Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, not being passed and put into operation. But as the Chairperson said, that is now a matter of the past. Since the 1st of April, we have this act now in operation. Now, the slide number 5, Chair, which I'm talking to it now, we are saying this act basically almost give a completeness of the promotion of unity within the sector by inclusion of Khoisan leaders. The inclusion will though happen after the commission on Khoisan has been established and leaders of Khoisan have been recognized. So that will then complete the unity within the institution of national leadership. And we are furthermore saying the Department of Internal Affairs nationally or guide provinces, as the Chairperson said, or to guide provinces who must they work with, because you will find there will be, as it is happening now with national leadership, there will be Khoisan people who may claim to be leaders, whereas they are not. So they may want to influence that they work with different provincial houses. And we're saying there should be a clear guideline who should the department work with in terms of Khoisan. And maybe that a department has indicated there's the commission will be starting to work according to the plan of the department beginning of May. So that then says once the leaders of Khoisan have been recognized, all programs that are happening in the National House, like your Invest Rural, your social cohesion, your developmental monarchs approach, ought to cover those recognized Khoisan leaders. By the way, Chairperson, we now effective from the 1st of April, we have the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. That is what Act says, just to remind members. Now, Chair, we then saying the important part of this, that our traditional councils will be reconstituted. At least there will be a structure of governance within the institution of traditional leadership. And the area of jurisdiction of Inko, as UDDG correctly mentioned, will have to be public gazette. But saying there are those areas that are outside the gazetted areas of Inkosi, but those people who are staying there are part of UBCO's concern. So those areas should be taken into consideration as well. And we are saying furthermore that there should be resources channeled to the institution. Like, for instance, you need to capacitate national house, provincial houses, and local houses, because the members will increase when you include Khoi, because believe there will be both provincial and local house of Khoi and traditional leaders in Cape. And we believe in some other areas, like in Northern Cape, there will be a house, and in Fries there will be a local house, and we therefore there's a need for a very strong and targeted capacity building that Department of Traditional Affairs guide provinces on. And furthermore, we believe the coming to operation of the frame of the TKLA will ensure that there's a product consultation that government departments are doing with the traditional leaders, so that we are able to promote the district development model and be able to ensure we're planning together and working together, because there's one aim is to improve communities living under a traditional council or in rural areas. And the other important thing is that at least now we've got 60 days to make inputs to the bills, policies that are referred to the National House. So that will give us enough chance to consult local houses, to consult traditional councils, and then provinces to consolidate those inputs and send them to the National House, so that they get consolidated from all provinces, and then we have a stronger view that is informed by different houses after they have started, because at least the first month will be dedicated to the work of the province, local houses, and TCs in terms of consultation and getting inputs from the different structures. Therefore, that entails, Chairman, a need for provinces to increase our resources to traditional councils, resources to local houses, resources to provincial houses, as bills will be coming through. And Chair, is not only bills that are referred to the National House, but even those that in National House may feel they may have a bearing to the rural communities, though they may not have custom and customary law in it, but they might have a direct bearing, like any bill that is developmental in nature, which rural communities may want to have in. Those are the bills that will be looked into. The resources are required in that case. And we believe with the coming Operations Act will end this debate that everybody will always have with what is the role of traditional leaders and all of that. So if people could read this act, they will see what role of traditional leaders is. And though it is not 100% complete, but at least they will get 80% of what the role of traditional leadership is, and they will be able to understand when we're talking about traditional leadership and Khoisan leadership, what is it that we mean? So, Chair, the coming to operation this act gives a number of challenges. Amongst others, it says there must be sound structure for traditional leadership, and that and including Khoisan leaders, because immediately after they have been recognized, then there must be resources to establish their structures and even to help them come up with the actual infrastructure, wherein the council of a Khoisan leader would, and most believe the legitimacy of the institution at local level will start to come back, because since 2017, traditional council have been met with all these core challenges that they did not have a local standing. And we're furthermore saying the sound operation of the traditional structures will ensure with communities under traditional leaders and others will be empowered, and thus local economic and social development will realize. So all of these, Chair, are the things that we believe would the traditional the coming operation of this will help. But there are members of the National House who may want to have inputs into this particular legislation, because some as Justin said, though there were some concerns on the when this piece of legislation was still a bill. However, there was an agreement that let it go, so they were able to reconstitute and able to have structures that are legitimate within the institution and so on. So I'll leave it there, Chairperson. That is, Chairperson has summarized everything about the bill. I was just in there and there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, CEO, Mr. Stolle. Colleagues, can we first deal with the implementation of the bill, the act? Sorry, my apologies. Can I see hands of colleagues who want to talk only on the implementation of the bill, the act? We'll deal with the other item later of the Indaba resolution. I will note welcome Honorable Hanif Hendricks as well. You're welcome. I'll start with Honorable Pumza, followed by Honorable Kleza, and then it will be Honorable Hendricks. Honorable Hendricks. Yes, in that order. Can I start with you, Honorable Mpumza? Oh, now I see also the end of Honorable Mkalepi. Then it will be followed by Honorable Kewetulu. Then Honorable Kavanchawa. In that order, we are only dealing with the act, the implementation of the act for now. Honorable Mpumza. Honorable Mpumza. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? Chair,
Yes, you are.
am I audible, Chair?
You are.
Chair,
Proceed.
let's welcome the presentation, Chair. Let's welcome the presentation, Chair, on the implementation of the Khoi traditional leadership act. And perhaps and also masi bingeleleke ise kwinkosi zonke ngokubanzi. Chair, I have only one question at the time. I'll come back later. As of now, I would like to understand that in view of the fact that a number of civil society organizations during the process of engaging in this bill and then during the debate, and these have been indicating that they have been against this particular bill. Now, I would like to understand, also given that in particular, a number of NGO organizations, like the Land and Accountability Resource Center in the University of Cape Town, it had indicated that had been indicating and vocal that it intended to challenge the bill. Can department now appraise to us that what contingency plans or measures have they put in place in the case that there is a court case that would be challenging this bill, that they would counter? That would be my first question at the moment, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mpumza. Can I then hand over to Honorable Kaiser?
No, thank you very much.
Honorable Kaiser?
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are. You are. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Mine will begin with the issue of the NHTL, Chair. There is a committee of the NHTL, National House of Traditional Leaders. One of those committees is the Gender Committee, which focuses on issues of women empowerment within the sector. And my question is that given the fact that there is a larger deprivation of marginalized groups, what is the Gender Committee ability to resolve the issue of access to land for women and marginalized groups such as the LGBTQI, to address issues incumbent upon Chapter 5 of the Traditional Leadership and Government Framework Act, such as the prevention of the unfair discrimination, the promotion of equality and progressive advancing of gender representation in order to perform functions conferred by the customary law, customs, and statutory law consistent with the Constitution. That is my one question, Chair. And the second question then would relate to, again, pertaining to the issue of the land. That I submit, Chair, that the most fundamental issue of the repossession of the land, of the entire South Africa's land to the custodianship of the state, to the same way that the Mineral and Petroleum Act of 2002 means the end of the failed redistribution of the land since 1994 to 1999, with 3% of the land distributed, and later to 2004 to 2014 at less than 7%, leaving South Africa's land in the control of some few whites at 79% of the ownership of the minority that owns the land in South Africa. What clear roles will obtain in the recognition of the Khoi San that the concern will play in ensuring that distribution and the end of the pieces of land distributed, while also taking into serious cognizance the distribution of title deeds in small pieces of land in rural areas, which are often open and often act as a surety on private banks, risking those lands again being repossessed back to the banks. Thus, land distribution, land tenure, and the release and the leasehold of the land. What will be a clear and cogent and coherent role played by traditional leadership with regards to the restoration and the repossession of the land? Because we are of the undertaking that there is no, every one of us who are sitting here, including all South Africans, the land preceded all of us. So that means that the land there will then be for children and would be protected by traditional leaderships, even for future generations and future kings and queens. To say that even if they do not have money, as it is the case, the sad state of affairs in South Africa, as that if they do not have money, they would have access to land under the custodianship of the state through the leasehold. That being my second question, Chair. And then my third question then relates to the fact that, Chairperson, we have heard here in the committee and have asked these questions about the capacity of the department to then resolve the disputes of traditional communities and traditional kings and queenships. Here, sitting where I'm sitting, Chair, I've just received a call from Nkosini Phile in KZN, who said that there is a question of a this is in Mangweni community in KZN, Chair, where Kokta is accused of appointing a wrong heir to the throne. This case went to the High Court in Maritzburg and was won by the rightful heir to the throne, and then was won later on by the Supreme Court in Bloemfontein, and nothing has happened, and the blood of our people is spilling there because of those disputes. And what has Kokta and what will Kokta do differently this time in terms of resolving those disputes expeditiously? Because in the middle of that, there are communities and the future of communities. Because those kings, the communities invest monies to and human resource, and not about money and just education and wisdom to a child that is said to be the king later on, and now and the livelihood, Chair, and then to find that someone has been now wrongfully appointed, because this is also speaking to what the presenter Baba, I forgot the name now.
Sitole.
Thank you, Chair.
Sitole.
Yes, I get you, Chair. Babu's Toilet has just said that the department will have to choose who to work with. But what does that mean, Chair? Given the circumstances, it would have to, within the formulae, without telling us what form will the formulae take, to determine, to get to determine who's the king. Will it be the way I'm walking? Will it be the way I am talking? I'm speaking English nicely. Will it be will I be subjected to the community? Or what steps will be taken? I think that's the point of clarity, the question of clarity from all of us, that we need to be taken into speed in terms of how these formulas are formulated, because given the history of the disputes that have not been resolved to date. And I can tell you about another one, Chair, in terms of Khosi Kaza of the Makuleke traditional community in Collins Tabane local municipality, where the Cock staff just went there of Limpopo and instated that chief there on the 22nd of December 2011. So January 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, that person has not been paid. What are they going to do differently this time to mitigate these issues? Where someone has just been deliberately ignored and delayed in terms of the remuneration. What is it that is going to bring confidence in ensuring that in a process of decolonization, we don't erode the traditional leadership, and in terms of their roles, in terms of the land and everything that must come back to us, and the economy, and as they presented that they will develop the social economic developments in the areas of the traditional and Khoisan Act. And the other issue, Chair, Just it's a clarity again, Chair, pertaining to the establishment of, pertaining to the shortlisting, the panel that's being shortlisted. I'm worried about the transparency and how the committee can hear that today, that a panel has been shortlisted, and whether the committee was not supposed to have been presented with those documents and see who is shortlisted and so forth, so that in the process of harnessing transparency and corruption, we can then see those documents and how the process is run. I think that yes. So those are my submissions, Chair, for now. Yes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kaiser. Then can I allow Honorable Hendricks to ask the questions?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I must thank you for giving leadership that we must talk about implementation. And implementation has been on Al Jamaah's mind for quite a while. So we jumped the gun. We appointed a parliamentary constituency officer for the Khoi San. In fact, we appointed one of their princesses as a parliamentary constituency officer, and she's already taking parliament to a constituency and bringing issues of the Khoi San to the parliamentary constituency office. And now that the bill is an act, we can now take it more formally. As you know, many of our constituency have strong links to the Khoi San. And since we have established this parliamentary constituency office, we have provided a platform for many houses. And I will now be visiting some of these houses all over the country to find out from them, what do you want Parliament to do for you? Because like we take Parliament to the streets, we need to take Parliament to the Khoi San communities, wherever they are. And we're going to apologize to them for the delay and for neglect of the Khoi San rights over the past 25 years. I'm very happy to say that I've studied the one statute marriage bill where government is trying to, with the help of the Law Reform Commission, to have one marriage act for all South Africans. And in that bill at the moment, Honorable Chair, they actually mention and give recognition to the Khoi San in that the Khoi San will be able to register their own marriages and send it to the Department of Home Affairs without much red tape. So I'm very excited, and I would like to once again thank you, Honorable Chair, for saying, let us talk implementation. We must not allow colonial NGOs to go to court and to try and disrupt this particular process. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
We sincerely appreciate that comment, Honorable Hendricks. Can I allow Honorable Mukalipi to take the floor? Honorable Mukalipi.
Ngiyabulela, Chairperson. Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, we appreciate the presentations that was made in front of the committee in terms of the progress report of the act that is coming to effect very soon. But Chair, there are some questions of clarity, and we would like to get the understanding of the department as well as the leadership of a traditional leadership that is always taking the issues of Amakhosi forward. As Honorable Ceza was asking specifically, because it's always a concern to this committee, I always raise those concerns, especially when it comes to the role of women. And in one of the presentation, it was alluded to the fact that, in fact, there is a women's structure that is there. We structure some course. And Honorable Ceza also further to say that if we can get a clarity in terms of how are they effective in terms of addressing those issues of GBV and so on and so on. And I must say that I'm hearing for the first time. And maybe Inkosi Mahlango and Deputy Umhlawuli, Umama Umhlawuli, when they also responded, they are going to share some of the views, because even last time when they were here, I think this week, Chairperson, when we were talking about initiate schools, we even wanted to know the role of women, because all the time they are concerned because of our history in terms of women. We wanted to know specifically if there's such committee. The committee will be very happy to get more information on the role of women inside the structure of traditional leadership. That is one. One is taking note that the Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Act has finally come into effect, but there are processes that needs to be followed, and so on and so on. Specifically with the provision in the Act that in respect of the minister's intervention, where premiers fail to resolve traditional leadership disputes concerning the recognition of traditional leaders below the level of kings and queens. Now, Chairperson, I want to understand from the leaders, both the department and the leadership, because we have number of disputes that are also still a concern. Are we saying that this act is going to resolve all those disputes that we have currently? Some of the disputes are serious as far as people are getting killed. DG will remember very well. I engaged the DG. There was a particular ward at Stenga whereby Induna was complaining about a certain councillor who was not respecting leaders, traditional leaders. And then I wanted to understand from the department side, what role do you play if there's a dispute between a ward councillor and traditional leadership in a particular area? Unfortunately, I don't know if the department or a house of traditional leadership, they know. I think 3 weeks or 4 weeks back, Induna has been killed in that particular ward. And maybe if you can get a clarity with how do they deal with those things. So I'm raising this concern in a context to say there are so many disputes that are remaining unresolved. I know there's an issue of, I think Amakwabe, the DG will remind me, because I also in contact with the DG by that time, whereby Amakwabe are in disputes in court as we speak, and is a very old case. Even the commission, the KZN commission on the dispute of land, is also reported to say that they were involved, but the dispute was never resolved. So as a result, even isizwe samaqwabe, I think is it Kusendwete or Otongati, if I'm not mistaken, but the department will know. They are also divided. Konabati within isizwe samaqwabe, ithina ekufuneka ngabe siyarecognizwa, because we have followed all processes according to the department ukuze sibe recognized. But the bigger dispute is between the whole isizwe samaqwabe with a particular white man who is claiming that he is owning that particular land. And I'm talking about a very rich land, Chairperson, a very, very, very one. So that white man is taking isizwe samaqwabe to the court to say, no, even if you said, no, Nina, you own this land belongs to isizwe samaqwabe, but I'm saying this land belongs to me. So are those things that are also cause for concern to us as the committee, to say that, as Honorable Ceza was asking, When it comes to those disputes that becomes ugly and are very painful because the history of land in South Africa is known, how do you, as the department, with all other stakeholders? Because I can't imagine if my grandfather was owning a certain land chair and I have evidence that no, this land was belonging to me. But now there's a person who's coming all the way from Europe and said, no, I own this land. And now the court must decide between a person who came here in 1652 and claiming that, no, we are wrong, where now you don't own any land in your own land. So therefore it becomes very, very critical. So I wanted to understand exactly, Guti, with this act that is coming to effective, are they, the department and the traditional leaders, the leaders here, are they hoping Guti problems of disputes of land between amakhosi and between abantu abaklima ukuthi basuke Europe bazo-own umhlaba, are they going to solve all those problems? That is one, Chairperson. So now I want to understand from the department what contingency measures are there in the event that the Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Act is subjected to court challenges. Because some non-governmental organizations, such as the Land and Accountability Resource Center of the University of Cape Town, have been vocal about their intention to challenge this act. So is any plan from their side in case those people take you to court? I was reading two other documents, Chair. It's just that I can't distinguish it now. I think it's a report on Indaba that took place in 2017.
We are still going to deal with the Indaba issues. We're only dealing with the act now. Can you hold it there?
Okay, it's fine, Chair. No, it's fine.
Yeah, we're only dealing with the act now. I wanted us to isolate the act, dispose of it, then come to the Indaba issues.
No, it's fine, Chair. Thanks for the guidance, Chair.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Can I allow Honorable Kewekulu to take the opportunity to raise issues now? Honorable Kewekulu, I hope you are still with us. Honorable Kewekulu, maybe he's cut off. He said that he was going to have connectivity problems. Can I allow Honorable Kabanchaba now to ask the questions in relation to the act? Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome the presentation from the department and the traditional leaders. And let me greetings all the traditional leaders. Bayete, the Bonda Bezita. Chair, my question in this presentation, Chair, regarding to the Act, it will be what is the plan for the auditing of the Traditional Leadership Council once they have been legally constituted? Who will be the responsible for auditing those, and what will be the auditing standard followed, as these are not your normally public entities, with accounting officers, chief financial officers, audit committees, and internal audits? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kabanchaba. Can I allow Honorable Faiz Jacobs to raise the issues as well?
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all the honorable members, and thank you for the presentation and opportunity to ask a question. I think let me start by just thanking you for this debate, especially around the implementation. I echo Honorable Member Hendrik's point about We appreciate that the fact that the Khoisan bill is now passed, but I think what we're hearing is the whole need for implementation. So I'd like to direct a question to the Deputy Minister. I mean, we've heard now some of the challenges and the frameworks, but I think Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, what is keen for our communities, especially on the Cape Flats and in the Capes generally, is we've been waiting for a while now, in fact, a long time for implementation. So I'd like to maybe ask you and your officials to look at a rollout or implementation framework with concrete broad period, so that we can give some level of comfort and certainty to our constituencies. It is a big issue. I think we are very grateful and appreciative that finally this is on the ground. But I think now the next step is just the rollout. So it's a broad question, but it's Honorable Deputy Minister, it is a key critical issue. And also how it will be integrated and accommodated is going to be some of the issues that our constituency are raising. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be part of this portfolio tonight. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jacobs. My issues are on the slide 13. Slide 13, Ms. Mokhalad. There's an issue that you talked about, the audit of recognized headmen and head women. And then you are on record saying that the former minister wrote to provinces in 2015 and 2016 to request them to start the audit process of recognized headmen and head women in preparation for the implementation of this act. And then you further said the provinces that were requested to provide the state of readiness was which were requested in April. It was only Northwest and KZN. And then I'm seated here very much worried. But if out of the 9 provinces, it's only KZN and Northwest that have responded to that effect. These are matters of April 2020. It's a year later, now we are in April 2021. We're still being told that the department is going to follow up. Clear timeline. When are you going to do it? Because if this is the program, we are going to do that, because I'm checking the timelines between April 2020 and April 2021. A year has just gone by. Only you waiting for the state of readiness from these other provinces. And that's why you've got only 2 provinces that have responded. And then you're not telling us when are you going to get that. And then also utilizing the power that has been granted by the minister to intervene under the circumstances, because the mere fact that provinces cannot respond, to me, it's worrisome to say, honestly, are we actually going to implement this act in its totality, entirety, with uniformity? And you're going to come to a situation where in provinces do as they wish, whereas there's a national act and framework that have to address that. So to tell us that you are going to follow up without clear timeline, I don't think we'll be able to accept that if we are serious. And then I think you need to talk to it to that effect, to say, how are you going to go about that? And then why did you allow this a whole year time lapse in between, just waiting for these plans from the province? It means then now, when you are saying this, it means that you are still going to develop a plan, a national plan on the constitution of this Traditional Leadership Council and the establishment of community authorities. My understanding, as we've engaged with you with this previously, by now you should be ready, but it's like you're still going to do this because you knew what was going to come your way. And this date of the implementation date was announced long ago. I think I've got difficulty with that. And if I were to leave it open-ended like this, it creates more problems for all of us here. And then coming to slide number 18. Slide number 18, again, you're making reference of you writing to, in preparation for the implementation, you conducted workshops for the Act on the 3rd and the 4th of February. Then again, you wrote letters to heads of department responsible for the traditional and Khoisan leadership to indicate whether they will require such workshop. And then it's only now the Western Cape and the Northern Cape that indicated that they're gonna need those workshops. And those workshops, you did conduct them in March. But then you are not saying on these other provinces again. The mere fact that they didn't request workshops, as you have done on the other two. What is the status of these other provinces that didn't attend the workshops? Are you sure that they are ready? They don't have issues? Because I should think your presentation should also say something about that. Because if we were to leave it like this, then I've got a problem as well. A very serious problem, because then it will be, we had similar issues when it comes to the back to basic programs. The colleagues from DCOG, they know what I'm talking about. Then provinces will choose how to implement it ad hocly, so whereas there is a framework. So we don't want such a situation, because we're not a federal republic here. So that's the issues that I want us to seriously deal with that. And then I want also you to respond to the issues as raised by the chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leadership here. To say throughout you have told them that you have costed this act. And then you have heard him saying, specifically raising doubt whether this has been done. Also with the money that is there to make sure that this act is implemented. And then he also gave a classical example of the framework, the Traditional Leadership Framework Act that was never implemented to its entirety. Can we get that commitment? And then you make Nkosi Mahlangu as his leave is this house tonight, then he's gonna sleep comfortably knowing that something is going to happen. Because the way he raised it, it's a matter of concern on our part, because once then you get a bill passed, then there are processes that you need to put in place as a department to make sure that whenever this bill becomes the law, it gets signed and assented by the president, then you are ready to roll. So those are the issues that one want to then clearly understand also, so that the National House members today, as they go to bed tonight, they must be assured in our presence that this act is actually costed, its implementation is actually costed, and then now that it is started, it is on the 1st of April. Because on the presentation itself, I would have expected to see the quick wins, to say, apart from what you are saying and the non-responsiveness of the provinces, to say, thus far, now that today is the 8th of April, this is what we've started to do in implementation of the act from the 1st of April. I don't see it coming clearly. So these are some of the issues that I want to hear your comments in response to that. So it's over to you, DG and Tim, and then the DM will be the last one to respond on the more strategic issues, if there are any, but implementation needs you as bureaucrats to make sure that the act, I think the politicians have done their work now. It's yourself as bureaucrats that must make sure that this act is implemented in its full swing. Over to you, DG and Tim.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Our appreciation to the members of the committee for the feedback, the comments, and the questions raised. I would ask my colleagues, DDG Mokhaladi, to go first, and then I'll make additions after her inputs. Through you, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, DG. I will respond to, there was a question on the intervention of the minister in relation to the disputes and claims, and what the Act provides in this regard, and what will be the role of the department in relation to disputes and claims. And just to indicate there, and referring to maybe our previous presentations, that in terms of the disputes on kings and queens, or at kingship and queenship level, it is the responsibility of a national government, and those are the ones that we directly deal with. And in terms of the disputes below kingship and queenship, they reside within the mandate of the province. However, because now the Act provides regulatory powers to the minister, one of the regulations that we are prioritizing in our annual performance plan for 2021 will be the regulations that, because we have identified some of the key causes of the disputes over the years, though others are more complex, and they are more complex in relation to the royal family issues. But out of the lessons that we learned in the past, we are now comfortable that we know most of the causes of the disputes and the claims, and how the regulations will address that. Because in the Act, there are provisions on the recognition and appointment of traditional leaders. So using those provisions in the Act, we will be able to come up with the regulations. And also just to outline to members that the decision of who should be an heir, or who should be a traditional leader, that decision, it lies with the royal family. And even in the Act, it is still like that. It lies with the royal family because they must then decide on who succeeds or who becomes a traditional leader in terms of their customs and their customary law. And once the royal family has taken a decision and has identified a person through the correct customary structure of that particular traditional community, then they submit the name to either the premier in the case of levels below kingships and queenships, or kings and queens, to recognize that person. In the case of a king and queen, they will then submit for the president to recognize the person. So we are comfortable, and we are of the view that the Act will be able to assist, because then the regulations will then put in some of the measures to address some of the gaps that we currently experience. and to address some of the issues that we have identified. This will be the traditional leadership succession disputes and claims. And there are certain disputes that are already in the courts, and if they are kinships or queenships litigation cases, then as the department, then we are responsible for those ones, and we have been addressing those ones, and we participate. But some of the ones that are below, then they are at the level of a province, that are at the level below below kinships and queenships and kings and queens, because those ones are not necessarily the mandate of the department. But the regulations that we're talking about, they will be the national regulations, meaning they will also be able to address those ones, because it will not only be regulations about kings and queens, but it will be about all levels of traditional leadership, traditional and quasi leaderships. So that is how we can respond to the one of succession disputes. And then honorable members ask questions about the land disputes. The act that we have now, it is not addressing the issues of land, because issues of land, they are addressed in the legislation or pieces of legislation that are administered by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. And they also have some mechanisms there to address issues of land disputes, and then also issues of land redistribution. They have their own legal mechanisms, and I think also institutional mechanisms to address all the issues that are related to land. So from my side, or from the side of the department, on issues of land disputes, we may need time to get information from that particular department, so that the response that we give to the committee is informed and it is correct information, because those are the issues that reside within another ministry. And Chairperson, there were also issues on slide 14, which were about, okay, there was an issue also about the issue of transparency in the appointment of the commissioners for the Commission on Concerned Matters. In that slide, we are indicating that what the legislation requires and the processes that we have done. And in this regard, there were adverts published in government notices to call for nominations for all members of the public to nominate people.
This person, Chair, must be out of the.
Morena Lifa Mupeli, can we plead with you, please, to always put your microphone on mute? It's Morena Lifa Mupeli, please, please. Proceed, DDG.
Okay, so it was a public invitation for members of the public to nominate people who will serve in the panel. And in terms of this act, it empowers the minister to establish the panel. This is the selection panel, is a panel that will deal with the nominations from members of the public, and they will then make recommendations to the minister. And like I indicated, that the minister may then consult with premiers on the recommended candidates to serve in the commission. And there were questions also from the chairperson, questions of concern from the chairperson. We note those chairperson, and in terms of slide 14, where we say only KZN and Northwest indicated at the time that they are ready to constitute. We have different forums where we have, including the MINMEX and the technical MINMEX. In these forums, we were presenting and following up in the different platforms on the same issue. We have been also just following up in terms of emails. However, we say maybe provinces were not responding because the act had not yet commenced. So this will not be the first or second even follow up after the date that we are mentioning there in the slide. But we have been engaging provinces, we have been following up. But Chairperson, as you are indicating to us, we will follow up, and we will write letters from which will be signed by our DG to the HODs, just to remind them of what we have been raising in the different forums and what we wrote to them about previously, for them to provide such project plans. And we couldn't, Chairperson, develop the national plan indeed, because even when we, even after these many follow-ups, because we could not get from all the other provinces, so it was a bit difficult to develop a national plan when we have only the 2 provinces that have responded. And we will be writing to them. We will also be calling them just to make sure that this matter is addressed. And then
DDG, you want to tell us that your MINMEX are ineffective. They are just some talk shop. Because you knew you had this serious act where there's been a lot of concern now that the act has been enacted, and then you need to roll it out. You need to develop a national plan. Then you've been communicating in forums. All the other 7 provinces has not yet responded. That hindered you to also develop and plan. So because provinces has not been responding, then you can't develop and plan. And you are not even coming with a clear timeline. You keep on saying you've been following up. What intervention measures? Because you are saying since April 2020, you have been doing that. There's been no response. Now again, you are going to write a letter. And what if they don't respond again? What are you going to do? Because from me, where we are seated, that's why I said, I'm checking the time lapse from April 2020 up to April 2021 now. It took you a year to get responses from those 9 provinces, except the only 2. Or I'm told there is, then how sure are we where we are seated that this act will actually be implemented? Because today in this meeting, we should be discussing your national plan, which is not there. You are saying you didn't do it because the provinces didn't respond. And then what if they don't respond? Because it took them a year. What mechanism are you having in place? Because that's what I heard you clearly with what you were saying. You are repeating what you said. But I wanted you to talk to us on the intervention mechanism. What are you going to do now that they failed the whole year to respond to you, and now you couldn't even develop a plan? I'm sorry to interject you because I see you are repeating what you said in your presentation.
Chairperson, unfortunately on this one, Chairperson, I may not provide what is required because the issues of budgets, I can say what we then did, we then also requested provinces again to submit. I know that I'm repeating myself, but it becomes a little bit difficult to develop a plan for provinces, especially because it requires a budget. But what we will then do going forward, it will just be to propose a plan with the schedules and then call a national workshop and request them to then present that which we will be proposing to them, and they should then endorse it and give us the dates. The issue here, Chairperson, is that we are not able to put dates for provinces, and we do not, the budget resides with them, so we are not able to then finalize a plan without them saying, this is the budget that we have put aside as a province, and these are the dates and time frames that we will be constituting. So that is a bit of a challenge in this regard, but yeah, that's, it may not be a satisfactory answer, I know, and we will also take it again to our technical MINMEC, and we will also take it to our MINMEC to ensure that we get those dates from provinces of when they are going to constitute, and also the budget that they will be putting aside for the constitution. That's the situation we find ourselves in. And on slide 18, Chairperson, on the workshops for the National Khoisan Council, the workshop for the National Khoisan Council, it went well. There were no any challenges, but I think what the chairperson was asking was on the issue of provinces that have not indicated that they need workshops. We also because provinces, they have their own legal services and they have their legislation units. So they are not the same in terms of their capacity, in terms of interpretation of legislation and understanding of legislation, because the workshops were meant to take them through the content of the legislation so that there is the same understanding and interpretation of the act. So, and the workshops that we have these workshops per province. We don't have all provinces in one, so that we are able to address province-specific issues. So with the Western Cape and Northern Cape, they responded, they said they want workshops. And also last month, there was a MINMEC, and we did the same the presentation, and we also reminded and requested in the MINMEC for provinces that have not responded, that they can still respond and will still have the workshops, and they can still respond in the MINMEC. And it was still only the two that indicated that they need the workshops. So we are of our understanding is that it means the other provinces, because provinces are not the same. They understand the act, and they can interpret it the same way as we interpret the act, because they were not compulsory workshops, but only for those who would like the workshops. And in terms of what will be the quick wins and what have we done from the 1st of April, we have done a lot, Chairperson, though we cannot say it's from the 1st of April. We started most of the work from around 2018. And some we also did, like, what I will say is the quick wins is the establishment of the Commission on Khoisan Matters. That one we are far with the processes of establishing the commission, and we are confident that we will be able to establish the commission by end of May. Because for the commission to be established, the act had to commence first, so that it is legally established. So we have that the commission, which we can put as a quick win, and then the rest of the things that we have done, because they were more. The issue of the formula also is one of the quick wins, because they reside within us as the department and also the ministry. So we are advancing in terms of the formula, and we are indicating there that by the 1st of May, we would have consulted on the formula with as provided for in the Act with the provinces. And there's also some of the work that we did towards some of the things that are in the Act. We had the handbook, which if it is adopted, then we can use it as part of the national norms and standards, which are provided for in the Act. The only challenges is where whatever that we do is dependent on other role players. So that is those are the questions that I can respond to. Thanks, Chairperson.
Is the DG going to answer on the consensus raised by the Inkosi Matlang? Because I didn't hear you talking to it. Is the DG going to respond to that?
Yes, Chairperson, if I may.
DG Dipov.
Yes, can you hear me, Chairperson? Am I audible, Chairperson?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the chairperson.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure if I should proceed.
Yes, proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I think maybe just to deal with some of the issues that the honorable members of the committee have raised. There was an issue raised by both Honorable Mpumza and I think it was Honorable Mkalipi as well, about what happens if the act there is litigation on the act and government is taken to court on the act, and what is our plan around that. I think our approach here it's really just a normal approach in terms of moments of litigation, because what we did with the Act was to follow all the normal processes, including the process of getting the Chief State Law Advisor certifying the Act, that it is in line with what the Constitution provides for. But in addition to that, I mean, there have been a number of instances where we have received legal representations from other stakeholders who were saying we're going to challenge the Act on the basis of the following. We did report to the committee at some stage that there was an approach that we got at some stage that the Act is going to be challenged in court on the grounds that the processes followed by Parliament in terms of consultation and so on were not adequate. There was an indication where clause 24 of the Act, which talks about partnerships, which says that traditional councils may enter into partnerships with local government, with other role players such as mining companies and so on, and development agencies, that it was being challenged to say, yeah, but will those partnerships be for the benefit of local communities? So in the build up to the president proclaiming the date on which the Act takes effect, there have been all those issues that have been raised, and each time we have then approached a senior counsel to say, please provide an opinion on this particular issue that is being raised. And throughout, senior counsel has come out saying, no, this has a sound constitutional basis. Please proceed, please proceed. That's why eventually then the president was able to go ahead and determine a date on which the Act was going to come into effect. So if, should it happen in the unfortunate situation that government gets taken to court again, we will follow the same approach. We will get an opinion from senior counsel on the issue. We will get a mandate from internally and also from the presidency on the posture that we must adopt, and then the next steps will follow after that, depending on what our lawyers advise us to do. So that is as per the normal process that will follow. Should it happen that we are taken to court on the issue, I think the issues the Honorable Kesa was raising about land and so on, I think the DDG has responded to them, because these are a package of issues that then gets dealt with as part of the work that is being done on communal land tenure, which our colleagues in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development are leading under the oversight of the interministerial committee chaired by the Deputy President. I think the issue, Chairperson, on whether the Act provides a solution for all the disputes in the sector, I don't think it would be correct for us to say it does. I think the disputes will continue, are likely to continue, because in a sense, people are exercising their rights. And if you look at what DDG Mohaladi was saying, that you begin to look at the different types and categories of disputes. So you see that there are disputes that are related to leadership, which is where, in a sense, the mandate then comes in of COCTA, because if there are disputes that relate to land, a jurisdiction over land, then we obviously have to pull in the responsible ministries that can assist when it comes to issues of land. But to the extent that it is about disputes over a leadership, previously, before this Act came into operation, what the ministry did was to use cooperative governance approaches. So if it's a dispute relating to a senior traditional leadership, taking into account that the authority to recognize a senior traditional leader lies with the premier and not with the minister. So previously the approach was to use cooperative governance mechanism mechanisms to say, Premier, the MEC, this matter has been brought to my attention. How is the province dealing with this matter, and so on and so on. But what this legislation does is then it empowers the minister, subject to consultation with the Premier, if the matter is not being resolved, for the minister to be able to step in. We can't, however, rule out the possibility that matters will still be taken to court. And I think that is just something that we should accept, that people will exercise their rights if a resolution mechanism does not satisfy them, that they will take the matter to court. And we have seen actually with some of the cases that it goes to the High Court. Then there is an application to appeal in the High Court. And if it fails, then it goes to the Supreme Court of Appeal. If it fails, eventually it goes to the Constitutional Court. So that's the right that people have. Unfortunately, we just have to accept that will happen. But the measures to try to intervene and resolve these disputes, I think what the Act does, then it provides some lever that can be used so that all mechanisms can be exhausted before people might consider to escalate matters to the courts. But it remains their right, and then they will indeed continue to exercise that right. Honorable Mkalipi also raises the issue about specific cases in KZN. I should just indicate that we are in discussions with our counterparts in provincial COCTA in KZN on some of those cases, especially given the concerns that the minister has expressed about the rather violent elements that are associated with those differences. Some people being killed, and so on and so on. So there's an engagement that is taking place between ourselves and our counterparts in provincial COCTA in KZN, just to understand a little bit more about these issues. There is already an early indication that not all of them are necessarily about leadership disputes, but they are related to a number of other factors that obtain in the communities. But there is that engagement that is taking place between ourselves and our counterparts there. Honorable Xabantshaba raises the question about the auditing of traditional councils, and she asked, once they have been established, who will be responsible for their auditing? The TKLA provides that the auditing will be done by a registered auditor. So it does not specifically say that this is the responsibility of the Auditor General, for example. So it's much broader. It says any registered auditor, as contemplated in the Auditing Professions Act number 26 of 2005. So it leaves it a bit open to make sure that these arrangements then can be made at that level to make sure that proper auditing processes can be followed without necessarily expecting that to be undertaken by the Auditor General. And I think my understanding in earlier discussions that took place in the department, between the department and the Auditor General, was that there was an issue about capacity. If you have more than 800 traditional councils, will the Auditor General have the capacity to audit all of them? And especially if you consider that they are at various levels of capacity. In some TCs, you're really talking about very small amounts. And that is it really worth it then to require the Auditor General to take the responsibility for that? So the Act now just opens it up a bit and says by a registered auditor, as contemplated in the auditing profession. I think the question the Honourable Jacobs raises is aligned to the issue that the Honourable Chairperson has raised about the plan. The work that has been done thus far has been in terms of the immediate things relating to the Department of Traditional Affairs. So we've said on the Khoi and San matters, unless the commission gets established, we are not going to be able to move on a number of things. Because firstly, you need to establish the commission. Once the commission is established, then it is going to communicate on the, for example, a call for people to start submitting applications for recognition. That's what the commission will be doing. And the commission will specify that when you apply, your application should be in the following format. And once the applications get received, then the commission starts with the work of investigating the applications, hearings where hearings need to take place, research where research needs to take place, and so on. I think so from our side, we've said, let's get this thing prioritized, make sure that the commission is in place, because otherwise all the work that relates to the recognition of the Khoi and San communities will not happen before you get the commission in place. So we've been keeping our sights on that one in particular. But I think what we're going to do now is on the other elements that relate to the constitution and reconstitution of traditional councils, because we have engaged with provinces on this matter. And what we have been saying is that in engagement with provinces have said to us, we must ensure that we don't have this province moving well ahead of that province when it comes to the reconstitution process. Let's make sure that there is some kind of alignment in terms of the pace with which provinces are moving. But the issue then from our side, having said to them, submit your plans and given the not always timely response, is to then from our side to develop a plan nonetheless, which will say, here is your plan, fit yourself within that plan. The reconstitution process should happen between this date and that date, and do your indication as to when you will be able to fit. Because as DDG Mohalari is indicating, the attempt to say, well, come to us with the plan and then we take the plan to inform the national plan has not necessarily been that successful. So the next step for us is to say, well, we develop it with a bit of room in it, and in it then we say provinces, then slot yourself in there, because we don't want a situation where we're going to miss the deadlines for the reconstitution the way we did with the previous legislation, which then rendered a lot of the councils not legally constituted. The chairperson of the National House raised the issue about funding. So the costing that was done, there was costing that was done relating to a certain set of activities. So for example, when it comes to the establishment of the commission on Khoisan matters, that was done, and it's functioning. So when it comes to the issues that relate to immediate training that must take place and workshopping and so on, that has been done. That's why at this stage, following the work that we have done with our counterparts in LG CETA, we have a program now that we are starting to roll out towards the end of this month with provinces, which talks about the Act, what it provides for, the requirements, what it means in practice, roles and responsibilities, and so on and so on. So that is rolling out. In fact, the recent communication we sent to provinces was to say, please assist with logistics now. Just assist with issues like venues and travel and accommodation arrangements for the participants in the training and so on and so on. And we're beginning to get responses from provinces to say, okay, we're working on the dates and so on. We will advise on that. So that part is being attended to. The tricky part where we got an indication that it's going to be difficult to cost is how many Khoi and San leaders should be budgeted for. So you've got provinces that say we don't have a sense, and it might be that there isn't going to be a single one in our province. And obviously, when you have Limpopo, you have Mpumalanga, It may be one, it may not be any, it may be two. You have the Western Cape, there might be more, the Free State, Northern Cape, and so on. So what has been said was, because during the course of 2021, 2022, it will largely be the process of starting with the assessment of applications. It is very unlikely that we will have all the leaders that qualify for recognition in 2021, 2022 being recognized, just based on the experience that has been there with the Commission on Traditional Leadership Disputes and so on and so on. So it will be a staggered approach in a sense. And we said, as long as you understand that principle, that once a leader gets recognized, once a structure gets recognized, then you kick in. And that's where the understanding is. I think because it's a new thing that we're going into, all of us, I think there will be more information and more certainties as we go into this 2021-22 implementation period to even inform better budgeting on the part of the provinces going forward. I think I thought I should just add to those. I know there are issues, Honorable Chair, that other members of the committee raised, but directly requiring a response from our colleagues in the House about the issue of the role of women, the committee, the gender committee that has been spoken about. But I think Ujobe Babastole will respond to those issues, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can I hand over to the CEO of the National House of Traditional Leaders, Babastole? Over to you.
Chairperson, Gyathokoza. I'll try to answer a few questions that were asked by honorable members. Chair, I needed to clarify one thing. A member asked Uti, how, when I say the Department of Traditional Affairs ought to guide provinces in this regard, Uti, some provinces may falter and start working with people who are not recognized. Chair, I meant here that just like what is happening now with traditional leadership, there are those people who claim to be traditional leaders and are not. And therefore it's important that we always guide provinces as the national department, that in terms of the findings of the commission, once the commission has started to work, these are the people who have been recognized, and therefore work with them. Not everybody who will say, I am a king, or I am a chief, or I am a whatever, the provincial houses may work with. So I was referring strictly to those who are recognized after the due process has taken place. That was on that one. Chair, then on the issue of gender committee, well, members of the House are present in the meeting, they will add. But Chair, the National House is planning to conduct a training on women traditional leaders, those who are even not in the houses. Maybe just a background, we've got different structures in provinces. For instance, in Eastern Cape, we've got what we call Imbumba Yamakhosikazi Agomkhulu. KZN, we've got Umgogodla kaZulu. Free State, we've got Mafumahadi. In Mpumalanga, we've got Emakhosikati. Those are the structures that the National House will be focusing on to capacitate on gender-based violence and femicide, so that those women will then take that information and capacitate women in different villages. That will be number one. Number two, we are saying some of the violence directed to women is as a result of a lack of financial or economic freedom. So we're saying there's a need for us as the National House, through Invest Rural as a program, to capacitate women, to make them to be self-sufficient so that they're able to generate income for themselves and have opportunities that they can generate income for themselves, as opposed to what is happening now. Chair, I think those are the two questions, but each gender committee chairperson deals specifically on issues of capacitation, not only on women, but as well to assist young men to grow up respecting that you have to respect your sister, you have to respect another person as a human being first. That's the first thing that we are doing. That is why we are participating in men's parliament. We're trying to change the situation. We're trying to instill that responsibility that says men must not abuse. And anyway, men don't abuse, it's males who abuse. And there are many other projects, Chairperson, that we are involved in as far as this is concerned. I think the Deputy Chairperson can go to town here explaining what is it that it's being done in terms of capacitation of women and ensuring that there is no discrimination against those who the LGBTQI communities. We have engaged with them on a number of occasions. They have presented in our workshops, and we've understood them very well now. There's a lot of sound working relationship that we have with them. Those were the question. Unless there's a question that I might have missed, Chairperson, you will remind me. But I don't think Wuti I've omitted any question, Chair. But on the issue of land, well, I think DG has touched on it. But I think DG has touched on it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, CEO Baba Stoll. Honorable Kebikulu, can I give you space to raise the issues that you wanted to raise earlier? I know the network dealt with you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I must point out, yes, one welcomes the approach or the pace at which the department has done in pushing for the legislation to be passed with regards to the Khoi and San national leadership. Make examples of what I'm just trying to explain or to raise. Chairperson, in as far as representation is concerned, we know we have provinces. The population of the provinces determines a number of members of the legislature to represent that province. In local and provincial houses, the number of Amakosi or traditional leaders to be part of the provincial house is determined by the number of traditional leaders per district. But now, when KZN presented this act, if I could say, or this legislation, they started saying in all local municipalities, we should have only 2 traditional leaders representing the specific or the institution per local municipality. And my question then, Chairperson, comes, why should we at that level prescribe that we should only have 2 traditional leaders per local municipality and 3 per district? You know, as I've been listening to the presentation, chapter 12, I'm sorry, slide 12, or slide 7 and 12, to me, they had some sort of stages where they were trying to put forward the issue of representation. And the concern has been raised that KZN is one of the 2 that have managed to push for the submission to the national department. So this to me comes as a surprise, and it's unbelievable that the province could push that much when the department is saying they are still waiting for the other provinces which have not submitted. Why should we be subjected as traditional leaders to reduce the number of representation in our areas? Let me make an example. A local house, a local council X has, let's say, 6 traditional leaders. It has to be represented by 2 traditional leaders in that local council, versus a council Y with 19 traditional councils and traditional leaders in that area. They will have as well to be represented by 2. You know, this boils down to what we were arguing when the traditional councils were first formed, where we had to say this should be determined by the number of traditional leaders per local and per province. Not that we should be treated the same. As I've just been trying to lay my foundation to my argument, Chairperson. This approach should, I hope, National Department will have to revisit it, because seemingly the DDG, if not mistaken, although I had been cut off, clearly said they don't have a clear national plan on certain issues. Obviously, this should be part of. It's the national department that should maybe try and draw the attention to the provinces to say they must look at providing the necessary and acceptable representation per local municipality by traditional leaders. That's what I wanted just to put forward, Chairperson. And thanks for the opportunity. Otherwise, there's nothing that was binding you to come back to me, obviously, because you had long gone with the responses. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. Can I allow Inkosi Matlangu to come in before I allow
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Chair, there's been some hands that have been coming from
I can see them
of the House that want to
I can see them.
So I'm not sure if we should first allow them, then I can come in.
Oh, I've seen the hands. I thought they're gonna come after you.
No, let them come in, Chair, and then I will.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah,
sure.
Thanks.
I think we have the member of the House, Ngonyama, also Ndevu, in that order. Can we start with Ngonyama?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I appreciate the opportunity that you are affording to us to present and to voice our concerns in as far as the implementation of the Act is concerned. There are many questions, in fact, and concerns that were raised by the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, which we really appreciate. It shows that you have got the best interest of the institution at heart. The issue of I would like to make the following remarks of saying DTA was established solely to assist on the issues of royal leadership or royal leaders. The House is an extension of DTA. Ordinarily, these two, that is the DTA as well as the House, should be working hand in glove in all areas. Presentation by DTA, we are seeing it for the first time as they are presenting to yourselves. And And we thank you, because if it was not for your call, we wouldn't have known that there's this kind of presentation. And one then can ask himself or herself as to whether the marriage between DTA and the House is a sound one. I wish to reserve my observations on that, but it
you
speaks.
must say it as it is.
Thank you, Chair.
Say it
Again,
is, you have got the platform.
The challenge then is so glaring that we cannot see the presentation for the first time here. If it was not for the Parliament to call for this, wouldn't have known about it. You would request from DTA a policy. You know, let me make an example. There's a ministerial handbook. We don't have one in the department. So we would say we rely on policies that are developed in order to put guidelines as to what needs to be done and when. You will ask for a policy because somebody will come and say, today you deserve bread. And then tomorrow you'd say you deserve scones. As and when they feel that today we have to eat bread, then they will give us bread. As and when they feel that today we deserve scones and croissants, then they will give us that. Now, as a matter of principle, there should be policies. You would request for a policy. Can you provide us with policies? They will never give you. We are phoning ourselves. I'm talking about the DTA staff. So to me, that is a gross, I don't know whether it's arrogance or disrespect, but something along those lines. One would really want to know as to exactly what is happening. I am still, personally, I requested for the policy on cell phones. I'm still waiting for it up until today from the DTA. This then brings me to the Act itself. Section 62 of the Act that we are talking of implementing now. We had an act before. Was it implemented? If I would say, let us rate the implementation of that particular act from DTA, I would say on a score of 1 to 10. I doubt if they can get 3. I doubt. Now the question is, we are talking of this new act. Is it going to be implemented? I will leave it to the members. You look at the years, previous years, when they were presenting to this parliament and look at the trend of the responses. I still maintain, let us go back to the score. Let us score the department in as far as implementing the previous act. Now, let me get to this particular act. Section 62, it talks about monitoring. It says the department may monitor. I don't know what was in the mind of the drafter of the act. Let me say it was an oversight to say may, because when you say to a person you may, when you say may, it means he can do it, he cannot do it. Now this becomes a very big loophole to the department of saying the act says we may. Therefore, if we don't do it, we are still covered by the act. Why it didn't say must? I'm just citing those few examples that will show the loopholes that will lead to this policy, to this act not being implemented, but time will tell. Let me go to section 8, which to me as a female royal leader is a bone of contention. It talks about regency. I am a regent because I'm standing in for my son who is still at university. And now we know for a fact, it is mainly, when we talk of a regent, it is mainly women. I think there can only be one regent who is a male figure, but because of the custom of that particular tribe. But 99.9% are females. You go to the act, and then you tell me if this act is not discriminatory in as far as women are concerned. The reason why I'm citing this is because when we request, we are going to make a call for the amendment of the act. We won't be making the call just willy-nilly. We have facts that are backed up by our request. The section 8, I've gone through this entire act. I know it like the back of my hand at this stage. Section 8 talks about the regency. It says, women, in fact, not women, regent, we have to be appointed for a period of 2 years. Now, the question is, if you go through other sections of the Act, it talks about, you talk of the House, it's 5 years. You talk of the local houses, it's 5 years. You talk of politicians in parliament, it's 5 years. But now you get to this particular institution, which is the Royal Leadership Institution. And in as far as women are concerned, which are a bone of contention, hence the cry now and the challenges that are being raised with the Traditional Courts Bill. They are talking of the discrimination of women by the institution. Now you talk of the Act, it talks on the matter of regency, it just picks up 2 years. Now imagine, because we are in an environment that is too patriarchal, we cannot turn a blind eye on that, because it's due to deep-rooted cultural background. Now, today they want me as a woman to lead them, tomorrow they don't want me. Now the Act enables them to chop and change as if we are underway. I'm sorry to say that. And it talks specifically on regents. If the Act was saying to me, regent/acting, that would be fair. But to me, when I translate this, then it's an issue of jurisprudence, of saying why it just specifically pinpointed regents. When a regent, we know generally that it talks to female traditional leaders. We would make a call, Honorable Chair of the portfolio, and then we request the assistance of the portfolio committee to walk the journey with us when we request for the amendment of this Act. Coming to section 59, the issue of disputes. I like the fact that it was mentioned by one honorable member of saying, this does not only lead to the royal family fighting amongst themselves, but it destabilizes the entire society in the particular area. And where there's instability, there is no progress. That is a fact. Now you go to section 59 of the Act. It talks about the disputes themselves. It talks about the disputes. When you look at these disputes, it says is it 50? It's 59. It says disputes. Thank you. It says it talks about the provincial. Let me leave this one. Section 59. Section 59.1. Let me go straight to section 59.2. A and B. It talks about the processes and the procedures that needs to be followed when these issues of disputes are being handled. But now the question that I have is to say, it says section 59.2A, cause an investigation. I'll just read the summary: to be conducted by an investigative committee designated by him, that is either the president or the premier, or by him or her, which committee must, in the case of a dispute concerning a king, queen, kingship or queenship, include at least one member of the National House. Highlight the at least one member of the National House. Let me make an example then and say, let us look at the JSC, Judicial Services Commission. I'm citing that as an example so that we see where my argument comes in. The JSC is the body established to look into the issues of legal fraternity. It is made up of 19 members. The 20th member is the CEO, Dr. Mushwe. Out of the 19 members, 10 of those members have got a legal background. So they talk on something that they know and they've studied. Why now on our own institution, the Act would say only one member of the House on issues that concerns us. Now, it therefore tells you into Obana, it's either sibona njengabantu who are not smart up for to handle our own issues. So at least ukuba kukhavarisheke into okubana at least babakhona as part of the team, then let there be one member. Those are the issues when we talk on this Act. We'll request that when we talk of the amendment, they should be considered. I don't want to go on and on, Chair. I've got a lot of notes. It's a pity. Fortunately, you've called this meeting when I've already requested. The committees are going to be sitting at the National House, and my agenda item was to go through the Act. So that's why I'm saying that I've got so much notes, but I don't want to bother to dwell much on them. But I'll allow the other members to contribute. But I just wanted to say these few things that I've mentioned. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Can I ask her to then forward these issues to the committee secretary so that we also start to look at that? I think you have raised some very serious, valid points. Like you're saying, all of them, if you can then, the secretary through the CEO can get your contact so that we have that, whatever you are having, so that we can also start to look at those issues as you are raising. I think you've raised some very critical aspects that cannot be ignored. Yes. Then where it needs the technical amendments, we can deal with that. Doesn't matter that we can process it as this committee, because part of we are lawmakers ourselves. That's why we are here. So where there are some discriminatory aspects of the law, it's our duty to make sure that we deal with that. And so we are humbled by the way you are raising issues. And let's get those things. You must put them for us in writing so that we've noted some of them, but if you can share them, all of them with us, we'll really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mangunyam. Can we then allow the Deputy Chairperson, Ngozikazi Mhlauli, to say something? No, before that, I've noted Inkosi Ndibu. Maybe that is a chance now to say something before you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to you and greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to the Chairperson of the National House, our Deputy Chairperson, and all members present, members of the National House and all members present. Chair, Oscar Ngonyama has covered most of the issues that I wanted to raise, but then there's just one or two of them that are still remaining. One is the issue that was earlier on raised by Ungo Sumashang in terms of whether the Act itself has been budgeted for in terms of the rollout. What I wanted to then emphasize, Chair, is that the Portfolio Committee must assist us as a House or as traditional leadership institution in terms of pushing or trying to whip the DTA in terms of ensuring that there is budget available for the implementation of this TKLA. Because if we continue to have these legislations passed, but there is no budget in terms of implementing them, it's going to be more like wasting our time. So it is very critical that we make sure that there is money available or resources available to make sure that the Act is implemented. Then the next one is around the issue of the reconstitution of traditional council. Chairperson, on this one, I get very much worried. These traditional councils have long been lapsed, and as a result of that, they have, most of them, are actually rendering us as mocking our people, because if you deal with a matter at the traditional council level, if that matter is challenged, you are left with nothing but to be ridiculed in the court of law, because these structures are no longer relevant in terms of the Constitution. Therefore, my worry is, Chair, I was in Province X, and we requested the department, Cooperative department of that province, to come and present to us as the executive of the House, insofar as the progress on the reconstitution of the TCs. And in their presentation, which was so interesting, it was that the matter is still on hold because
the service provider that has been contracted, some of the requirements that they wanted is a kind of a mapping of boundaries of that TC, of each and every TC in that province. And those records were not there. So there was just no TC that had that information that in terms of the boundaries, this is where it goes. So then we asked Uguti, then what is the progress? Then they said, no, now they are stuck because those records are not there. So they're still going to ask the Department of Agriculture, the Premier's office to assist in that one. So it was a clear indication, Chair, that in reality, the reconstitution of the TCs is still going to take time. It's not going to be any something that will happen soon. Then coming to the second last one, on the issue that was also raised by Honorable Bebekul on the issue of the or the proposed non-participation of traditional leaders in the municipal councils now. It's worrisome, Chair, because now you are talking about, in fact, we had 20% of traditional leaders participating in each and every municipality. But now that function has since been amended by this act. So there will be no 20% participation. And then the question is, what will then be, who will then be presenting the matters of that particular administrative area or area of a traditional council to that municipality if there's no participation of traditional leaders in the municipal councils as it was the case before? Then the last one, Chair, is the issue of handbook and as well as policies that Ungoskazunobongo spoke about. When we started in the House in 2017, we raised an issue of policies. And the answer was that we cannot develop policies without, first of all, having the handbook approved. So that handbook, since we arrived in the House in 2017, is still a matter that is still being drafted. And now it is now the result, now it then becomes a result of us as a National House not having policies in place, because those policies are going to emanate from the handbook, which the handbook is not there. So we also request then that the Portfolio Committee assist us in terms of trying to whip the DTA, especially in terms of the issues that are supposed to, that they are supposed to be supporting us with. Because it is, to me, Chair, it becomes very ridiculous that a period of 4 years for me being in the House and there's no policy in place because there's no handbook, it becomes a worrying factor. So those were the few issues that I wanted to raise in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Inkosindevo. Thank you so much for the input. Can I then allow, I think the only hand that I'm seeing now is for Gozikazi Raul, the Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson.
Is it me or Chairperson?
Yeah, I thought it was myself alone. I'm glad we can hear the Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, we can hear you and the microphone is on, but we can't hear. Maybe it's a network challenge.
Yes, Chair.
It's like she has disappeared as well now. I can't see her anymore.
I can come in, Chair.
No, she's trying to
Chair.
come back. Let's see.
Chair.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you now. Now we can hear you. You have to start from scratch. We couldn't
Thank
hear
Chair.
you. Sure.
Yes, Chair. I was asking for the permission to talk without showing the video, as I'm having a challenge here this side of network.
No, it's okay then. You can proceed.
Thank you, my Chairperson. Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable Chairperson of the National House, members of the National House. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And we'll always appreciate this opportunity you have just given us. You have
Colleagues, can you hear?
started, in fact, to give us, which was not happening before. Chairman was off.
Yes, we can hear, Chair.
Yes, and my point of departure will be on the issue of women representation on the structures of traditional leadership. First of all, Chair, we must remember that when you're talking about traditional leadership, it is hereditary. Sometimes it is not easy to get a lot of females. For instance, as I'm coming from Pedi, my area were 10 traditional councils, that is 10 senior traditional leaders. We have got only one princess who is heading the TC, also myself, who is a regent. Now, even if they would like to have more of the representation from women, but there's not enough a pool to get women, because the issue, it is hereditary, so we are not elected to be a traditional leader. But through the working together with traditional leaders, we have managed to be at the positions which are on leadership. For instance, Chair, if we may compare ourselves with your structures, at national level, you can see that the chairperson, yes, is Nkosima Mahlangu, who is Utata. Then I'm the deputy. Then go to Free State. The chairperson there is Mamoroka, who is a female. The same as Northern Cape is a female, them. A KZN, the deputy is the female. And in most structures, committees are led by women. But Chair, what is key here? When talking about the women participation, we're not talking about the houses only. We have got women down there. As Babu Story has indicated, that we have got those structures, and others. Chair, when these structures were launched, in fact, it was started by the late Honorable Utatu Zonas Khoi in 2005. When he noticed that it is not the role of the women in traditional leadership is not clear. Then he decided to sit down with the national chairperson on traditional affairs, or from the National House. We had a conference there, and we agreed structures in different processes. That is why you hear about Impumbama Koskaza Gonkulu. But what is not, because these structures can be there if they are not, they won't be able to achieve anything, because for instance, it was supporting Indaba Party, saying they were saying that up to a certain point that they must be able to see what they are going to survive on. So, my suggestion will be there must be clear budget for the support of women in national leadership there in fact, Emakhaya, because these women can assist, they are capacitated also on these issues we are talking, economic development and other issues. So this committee to assist us to check.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair. Can we then allow the chairperson to remark on the feedback as provided by the department? Yes.
No, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity that you are giving me. Firstly, maybe let me also take advantage and comment on the issue of women participation within the sector. I think we've gone a long way, Chair, in terms of transforming the sector. I think Umama has mentioned a few areas where we have started empowering our women within the sector. Secondly, Chair, in terms of allocation of sites, previously how the sector used to work was that sites were only allocated to families. If you are a man, you want a site, would ask you, where is your wife, so we'll allocate a site to a family. But I think the Committee on Gender, they've raised an issue that Botata, Abomama don't marry themselves. So now if you deny women an opportunity to have sites, because you find that other women would have children, others would want to do business for their children. So why should we not allow them to have sites on their own, as women? And I think many traditional councils are doing that. We are allocating sites to our women for them to be able to build their own houses without asking them whether they are married or not. And I think a lot of TCs are moving towards that direction. And it's an issue that has been raised by women that are within the House of Traditional Leaders. Secondly, Chair, on the issue, even myself as a traditional leader, as I lead a community, my wife, there are responsibilities that she has within the institution. There are cases that she tries with other women, and they also others even participate in our traditional courts. We also have the transformed traditional councils that have a certain number of women that sits in courts, that sits in structures that take decisions within the sector. So there is a lot of work that we've done over time in terms of making sure that we empower women. And we've also, I think in December, we even took a resolution to come up with business opportunities that would seek to empower women within the sector. That is us as traditional leaders coming up with opportunities that our women could take advantage of. Now, with the responses, Chair, that were coming from the department, I worry a little, Chair. I was listening to DG talking about the budget. So the budget is for capacity building and also for the commission. You see, Chair, the reconstituted traditional councils could not operate because we put the cart before the horse. We just reconstituted, and when members came in to the structure of traditional leaders, because remember, you elect people that are going to serve. There's a certain number of elected members that are not used to working for free. In the sector, we've been accustomed to be working for free. So now when these people come in that have been elected, they find that there is no payment. So the department has not budgeted anything for those structures, and that responsibility is left with provinces. The provinces will say, yeah, but the national department is the one that came up with the legislation. They did not give us the money for us to implement this. So now I'm asking myself that as we are pushing for a reconstitution, have we resolved the problems that we had with the previous attempts to reconstitute? That's one. Two, you have an issue, Chair, where for a TC to reconstitute, there must be jurisdiction of that traditional council. You have traditional leaders that have recently been approved by the commission that was set up by government that are landless, that still don't have land. Are we saying they will not be reconstituted? And the department is saying they wanted to come up with a uniform period of reconstituting. Already we have put a big chain on the leg of these TCs, because it means that they will never be reconstituted. Because if you look at Mpumalanga, it tried to reconstitute in 2008, but they could not gazette the names of TCs because of the issue of jurisdictions. They could not, the department did not have capacity to map areas of traditional leaders. So I see this not happening, and I'm not sure, I don't even think that the department has capacity to deal with this issue. I was hoping that the department was going to be honest with you, Chair, and tell you that as a department, with the current funding model and the way we are structured as a department, we do not have capacity to be able to service the sector. Because I mean, even now, we are saying there's budget for capacity, but the house can't even operate on its own because it does not have resources to be able to operate. We are only doing things for compliance, not that we want to, that there would be a difference that is made within the sector. So everything that we are doing, we are just doing for compliance because there is no resources. And I would have been happy with the situation where the DG is honest and says, hey, you know what, I have this structure that I've been given. I've been given a gun, but there's no bullets that are in the gun. So can you assist me as the committee with traditional leaders where either we call Treasury or we all go to Treasury and go and plead with Treasury to be able to give UTG a bit of money to be able to operate. So I don't see this act being implemented, Chair. I mean, when you talk about the budget, I don't think we should be talking about the budget, your commission, and yet, we are reconstituting TCs. We need to operationalize them. How are they going to become operational? Because provinces will be coming and asking us on whether the national department has given us money. I mean, we also have the issue of tools of trade that was supposed to be implemented by departments. They have not been implementing that, and they've been saying that they don't have money to implement a determination that was made on tools of trade, or an agreement that we agreed on with the commission. MINMEC also approved that, and the portfolio committee on COCTA, your predecessors, also approved the document on standardization and tools of trade. Even up until today, that has not been implemented. And that's part of what of the things that we are complaining about, that we agree on things, but they cannot be implemented because the department has no capacity. I mean, if you go on to currently our in KZN, the department is trying to implement amendment of Section 81 of the Structures Act. So now with that amendment, it says that it has reduced the number of traditional councils or traditional leaders that are going to participate there. In terms of what wisdom has guided that, we have no clue, because I think it's starting to create ruptures within or ruckus within the sector, where traditional leaders are saying we had 20% and now you guys have come up with this amendment, and this amendment is not talking to the problems that we were highlighting with us participating in the municipal councils. Instead, the department has just reduced the number, but there is no addressing of the issues that we're raising as a sector on our participation in municipal councils. So Chair, I'm worried a bit, and I think next year we'll still be talking about the same thing, that the act has not been implemented. I think 2 years after that, I think we'll leave this house. New members will come in. It will always be the same complaint because there is no clear political will in terms of allowing the institution to evolve. The institution will never be allowed to evolve, Chair. And I'm sure you will see when we, I'm not sure if we'll still have time to go into the next phase or in terms of the Indaba resolutions. You will see there that the department does not have capacity as well to implement most of the things that we agreed on, even what, whenever we debate with the president and whatever that is said in the president's debate, we can't even implement some of the issues that are coming out from that, from those engagements with the president, because there is absolutely no budget for us to do anything in the house other than paying for the stuff that is there. And I think the DG has to be honest and say, committee, my hands are tied. There is no budget. I want to do this, I want to do that, but my hands are tied. And I think that's what we were expecting, Chair. Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you, Inkosi Matlanko. DG and team. There's a lot of issues that has been raised in response to what you had said earlier. And indeed, I had to allow these traditional leaders to say something. I wouldn't have just invited them just to come in and observe our interaction. So we'll love you to respond to the issues as raised, starting from Honorable Khoi. Inkosi Ngonyama, she has raised some pertinent issues that need you to respond. The issue of the handbook as raised by Honorable Inkosi Ndebvu, to say since 2017, you are still busy with the handbook. We are now in 2021. Since they got into office, you are still busy with the handbook. The issues that have raised by Inkosi Matlanko as well, the issue of do we have the requisite capacity in the department as well? The issue of Section 81 of the Structures Act, we had asked you when we got into office in our first meeting to say, you need to issue directives to this effect, because if you leave it to provinces to do as they wish, you are just creating anarchy. I don't know, we haven't heard anything from you since then. We are also now midterm. As the visitor is saying, seemingly we're going to live without just mere a directive and a regulation. That doesn't need a lot of things to say. How do you regulate that? Now you can see now here what KZN is doing on their own because of your inaction as a department. The document on the standardization of tools of trade, as the visitor has said, we're still going to deal with this item of the Indaba because some of the issues there are interlinked. But then these are mainly in relation to the implementation to the act itself, to say, how sure are we that you are going to implement this act, whereas you've got these other issues that have been pending? But I'll give it back to you to respond. I'll be checking whether my colleagues have got follow-up questions as well. But let me allow you to respond to these issues as the department. Deputy Minister, when you want somebody saying something.
I said just before the DG, Chair.
Oh, your hand is up, ne? Okay. Maybe let me allow colleagues who's got follow-up questions as well to raise them, so that when they respond, I noted Honorable Kaiser. Who else want to follow up on these matters? It seems to be you alone. Okay. Proceed, Honorable Kleza.
No, Chair, just one follow-up, literally one follow-up. You have that issue that I raised about the Mangoyeni community in KwaZulu-Natal. I accept the DG's response in terms of us having to accept that people have a right to go to court and so forth, and those disputes will then persist and go on forever. And I also accept the fact that he says that they have measures in place to actually come on board before things get escalated to the court of law and so forth. And given the responses and the submissions now that are saying by Nkosi Mahlangu that said that there is no capacity. How then, given the fact that some of these cases have been dragging for more than 10 years, how and when are they going to go there and mitigate those situations? How sure are we that these things are going to happen? And what are the time frames to mitigate this situation? Because I'm saying so because the lives of the people and instability of the community speaks to the destruction of our traditional leadership, speaks to the new culture that has entrenched in the community to fight and fight to death for these particular leadership positions. And something, Chair, needs to be done by this department to get to a point where they, even if we call National Treasury here, to ask for more lift, so to speak, to capacitate this department, so be it. But to get a situation, for violent situations, elements being allowed to obtain as something that we have to accept, Chair, that is not something that we wish to accept at all. We can't allow a situation where we are going to now, in the process of accepting that people should go court, we also accept that the violent element must persist and people's lives must be at stake. Instability of our Black communities and our Black leaders must continue. To whose advantage, Chair? Who are we appeasing here as the state, really? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Khoi, then you'll be followed by Honorable Mukalepi.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. And I also welcome the presentation by the different departments and the Inkosi. My issue will be on the challenges of the settlement. That settlement in rural areas, that the settlements arise without having followed proper planning processes.
Honorable Law.
Yes.
Honorable Law, I said these are the matters for the Indaba, who are only dealing with the act now, please.
Oh, the act, yeah, but I was also
the settlement is part of the Indaba resolutions. Let's deal with the act, specific aspect of the act itself. Are we fine? Honorable Khoi?
Okay, I'm fine, but I will raise it later.
At the Indaba issue.
Yes.
And because I was allowing follow-ups. You never raised an issue. Yeah, can we allow Honorable Mkalipi to raise the follow-up questions?
Chair, I'm saying, Chair, after listening to Abu Mama raising these serious concerns, I'm saying, Chair, no, we need to have a day specifically to listen to these serious concerns that are raised here. And some of the issues are also been raised by Inkosi Mahlangu as well. So it tells you that no, there is a gap between the department and the House. So I think, Chair, it's not the first time. We've been trying to dig as a committee. We've been like, we are sound like a scratch record now, because we're trying to say, what is the role of women in the sector all the time? But now at least one Umamudumi, Ndumi, Nopong, try to paint a picture that what the committee has always wanted to know, especially in the context of traditional leadership. At least now she's close to home as per our issues as the committee. So now we can listen to the DG chairperson and the Mr. Stoll, the department, but I don't think it will be enough to get the sense of what is happening in terms of the role of the women in the whole sector. So I'll propose, Chair, that we can listen to them, and then the committee needs to have dedicated some times to listen thoroughly to their concern. You'll remember, Chair, when we were on oversight in KZN, when we met with the leadership of Amakhosi Celeni, some of the issues that Ubaba Mahlangu is trying to raise them today, they were raised by then. But the issue of women was not also coming out clear. But we always suspect, no, we need as a committee to be satisfied if women are fully recognized. We relied on the department to give us answers right on the spot, including the issue of traditional leadership complaining that they are not also fully supported on municipalities. The issue of the budget also is a case in point, but even the role of the traditional council in municipalities was also an issue when we done those visits. And we also said, let us be honest as a committee, we have not also recognized this sector fully. When we do our oversight, we just concentrate on the other department. So I think, Chair, we should also take that decision now to say that no, we still need to go and do oversight and to satisfy ourselves in order for them to see that they are not just stepchildren here in this committee, they are also important stakeholders. That's what I wanted to say, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mkalip. The reason why we are engaged the way we are doing, we are mindful of the fact that they are not just, the traditional leadership are not just an annexure of a department. That's why they also have a department on their own. And it has been our decision, day one, when we were being given the overview of the portfolio, that the more we treat DCOC, must treat also traditional affairs equally. I think we are still on that commitment. But the issue then, like the colleagues have said, let's allow them to respond to these issues, because like where I'm seated, the issue of Section 81, colleagues, you know, we have been talking about this every meeting we had with the department since 2019. Issue regulations that will address the concerns of traditional leaders in municipal council. Is like that matter has just disappeared into thin air. I don't see it coming in any of the reports that we maybe when we deal with the Indaba report, it will come sharply, but I've realized that it has just disappeared. It's like we were talking to ourselves at that particular time. Post the oversight that we did in KZN, we talked to the department about this matter again to say they raised it sharply on the issue of the participation. Nothing thus far has come. I haven't seen anything anywhere, unless maybe then at the end we need to also to be told we have just become another talk shop, which will refuse all of us here to be just become talk shop, and then there's no accountability on the issues that we've raised. That's why now I'll ask the Secretariat to also do the resolution register, so that then I think when we meet as Honorable Mkalipi has convened, because to meet and talk doesn't help us in anything. We had a 2-day meeting in Cape Town. We all recall, colleagues and the visitors, you recall that meeting. What is something that we can say it's a progress report out of our discussion there in Cape Town, where we convened for 2 days? So how do we find it in this space to say these things that we've been raising have been attended to? So these are some of the issues that, I mean, in all fairness, you can't take 4 years to do a handbook for Amakos. I think somebody must tell us what has been going on. I raised earlier the issue, it was a dialogue on the issue that they had to, you still, even whether provinces, you say your plan is dependent on the provinces submitting their plans. The whole year, April 2020 up to April 2021, you have been seated with only 2 plans from 2 provinces. And then you tell us there's Amakutlas that you are attending, Minmek, you raise this thing, and then you realize these things are not coming. And then is there any willpower actually to develop that national plan that will address the issues? Because where you are seated now, you can't even produce your own plan. And you know that you have to produce a plan, and your plan is dependent on the plans of the provinces. Then you want to tell us IGR is not working, which I disagree. You are just found napping. You are treating these matters with the laxity that you want to treat it with. Because if indeed you were serious, I mean, the minister will be told the minister is wrote to MEC 1, 2, 3 to say your department didn't comply. That was another thing, and we're going to call those provinces to come and account to us. Why have you not complied? But this issue that you deal with them on an ad hoc basis, a by the way thing, you want just to wake up as well now, because if it was an ideal functional environment, when the 1st of April kicked on, you wouldn't be found napping like the way you are doing it now. You wouldn't be found napping, DG. Honestly, you wouldn't be found napping like the way you are doing it now. Because it's the same thing that we are going to raise when we go to the Indaba matter. I understand the deputy minister saying that's a long term, but even on those Indaba matters, there are matters that have been legislated starting from the Framework Act that were supposed to be implemented, which we call queens, and then we don't see them happening. Maybe, as Ndabezita has said it in Kosi Matlangu, the chairperson, to say, maybe the department it's not honest with us. We need to be told that, because if indeed Minmek, now I know Minmek to be meetings which make things happen, because all MECs are seated there. And then if it was the issue of them, and you ask yourself, since April 2020, how many Minmeks were held? All of them discussing the issue of the submission of plans. Up to date, there's no single plan that has been presented, save for KZN and Northwest. Something is not right here, and we need to get to the bottom of it. Over to you, DG and the team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think in the category of issues that have been raised, there are a number of issues that were raised relating to concerns about the Act itself. and a motivation why these concerns should be addressed through an amendment of the Act. So I think on those issues, we should perhaps allow the process to unfold instead of debating on the correctness of the clauses of the Act on particular matters at this stage. Because we've subjected ourselves to a process where the Act was developed, there were consultations that were conducted, including those that were run by Parliament, and eventually the Act was passed by Parliament and then signed by the President into law. So I think where matters relating to possible amendments to the Act, it may, in my humble opinion, Chairperson, be that we then allow that process of possible amendments to unfold, so that we don't start a process now of debating the correctness of the Act.
DG, on that one, that's why you heard me saying, let her submit.
Yes.
Let's Inkosikazi Ngonyama submit those issues. We understand that we can't be seated here battling with what we have. There are things that we can implement in the meantime. Yes. That's why we are here.
Yes.
That's our concern, to say those that you can implement, they are not being implemented. You see, the issue of the technical amendments, we can deal with that. That's why I even emphasize with our legislatures, that's part of our job we're going to do. We ask her, and Kalipi also said, then we need to meet and discuss those issues partnering, so that then we can facilitate that issue. Where there are technical amendments, we can deal with that. If it's a full amendment, then we don't mind to do. In fact, we are legislatures ourselves. That's what we should do. That's key to our work as members of Parliament, to make the laws that will then be implementable and favor everybody, serving the best interest of. Let's put it aside. Let's deal with these pertinent issues as raised by the colleagues. The issues of regions and everything, I think is acting as Nkosikazi Ngonyama has raised it. She has raised a lot of issues. Put them aside, deal with these pertinent issues that are key and critical to what we are raising. Okay? Agreed.
Thanks, Chairperson. I appreciate your guidance on that particular issue relating to areas of the Act where there needs to be further work and amendment. I think then, and I think there's a point Honorable Kalipi has raised about the need for a day session to deal specifically with issues relating to the role of women in the sector. And I think we should accept that that proposition, so that there can indeed be a detailed discussion with the committee and with the House and with the sector to guide one another on those areas. There is also, Chairperson, I think the issue that is being raised about the framework amendment bill, that both the TKLA, the Traditional and Question Leadership Act, and the Framework Amendment Act passed through Parliament around the same time. And why is it that the Framework Amendment Act was then not implemented to deal with certain aspects that the Framework Amendment Act provided for, that did not necessarily need to wait for the Traditional and Question Leadership Act coming into effect. I think there's a critical point here, and I think the Chairperson of the House raises it, that the Framework Amendment Act was very specific, that it was dealing with issues relating to opening a new window for traditional councils to be reconstituted, given that some of them, in fact, the majority of them had missed the timeframes that were provided for in the Framework Act. So the Amendment Act was specifically to deal with opening a new window for the constitution and reconstitution of traditional councils. So at the time when it was approved and there was an understanding that the act is out there and is available for provinces to implement and constitute a traditional council, there was an issue that was raised with us, which was saying, when this amendment bill was introduced, it was supposed to be a quick win, because on the one hand, you have the traditional and Khoisan leadership bill, and the expectation was that it wouldn't take too long for it to be passed, but to address the immediate need for the legalization through the constitution and the constitution of traditional councils, let's have the framework amendment bill, so that all it deals with is the dates. It's opening a new window to ensure that traditional councils can be constituted and made legal, whilst the traditional and Khoisan leadership bill runs its process. The problem, however, was that the framework amendment bill took just as long as the traditional leadership and traditional and Khoisan leadership act. So when they were approved at the same time, the question that was presented to us was, so what does it mean? Do we go ahead and reconstitute traditional councils based on the framework amendment bill or the framework amendment act? What would be the implications if we reconstitute using the framework amendment act, and soon after that the president then announces that the traditional and Khoisan leadership act comes into effect? And the legal opinion obtained at the time said that those provinces that would go ahead and reconstitute based on the framework amendment act, once the traditional and Khoisan leadership acts come to effect, they have to reconstitute again. And so we presented this research to the provinces. Well, this is the implication, because they were passed at the same time by Parliament. The intention was that because the one was just dealing with dates, it will run faster. And then it will allow you to then deal with the legislative gap that is there to reconstitute the councils. But unfortunately, they were then taken to run parallel, and they were passed by Parliament at the same time. So legal opinion says that if you use the Framework Amendment Act to reconstitute, there are certain requirements that are introduced by the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. So if you constitute and 6 months later, the president then says this one comes into effect, you are going to have to reconstitute again. And so the issue was, given the resourcing implications of the reconstitution process, provinces should consider that very carefully, because it would mean we don't know how long it will take for the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, the date of coming into effect, to be proclaimed. But keep in mind that legal opinion says that if you use the one act and then the other one comes into effect, then you are going to have to do it again. And so what then had to happen was a number of provinces, in fact, to the best of our understanding, all provinces then said, well, let's not then wait for this, because we will not have the resources to constitute traditional councils using the Framework Amendment Act. And then maybe 2-3 months later, the other one comes into effect, and then we have to go through the whole process again. So I thought I should just put this on the table, because we had to be very open with provinces that the initial intention was that the one was just dealing with technical amendments. It was just dealing with changing the timeframes. And so the expectation was that it will move faster, but it didn't. In the event, it didn't. And then it ended up being taken at the same time as the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, and then they got passed by Parliament at the same time. And so those were the implications. And I think then there had to be a decision that gets taken by provincial government to say, then what do we do under the current circumstances, given the financial implications that are involved when it comes to constitution and reconstitution of councils. So Chairperson, I think when it comes to the issue of the Framework Amendment Act, that's the matter that I should explain. When it comes to areas relating to tools of trade, I think in the presentation by DDG Mokhaladi, one of the critical issues here is that a few years ago, and I think the DDG may be able to specify when it is that the decision was taken by MINMEC on the approval of a framework on the provision of tools of trade for the institution of traditional leadership. That was long before the legislation that we are talking about at the moment. There was approval of a framework, which then was supposed to serve as a basis on which the tools of trade can be provided to the institution of traditional leadership. But the gap has always been that other than it being a decision that gets taken at the level of MINMEC, and therefore relying on corporate governance to say that because it is a decision of MINMEC, then it will be implemented. There isn't anything much that the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs could do. In fact, I recall about 2 years ago, when the minister convened one of the MINMECs towards the end of 2019, I think it was, where the minister raised this issue of tools of trade for the institution of traditional leadership and said, let's just take as an example, kinships and queenships. And there was a view to say, but the resource implications are such that as a provincial COCTA, it creates challenges for us. And the minister said to MINMEC, no, but don't look at it as a provincial COCTA issue. Look at it as a provincial government issue. So what you have to do is you have to say, if we have this process where the division of revenue legislation says this is how much goes to the province, before an allocation gets made to a provincial COCTA, that discussion must take place. A discussion that says, how are we going to deal with the issue of resourcing for the sector? And that's why at this stage, we're beginning to see movement. We're beginning to see movement in a number of provinces where, having elevated the discussion above just talking about the budget at the level of a provincial COCTA, there's a discussion that says it's a provincial discussion. Because if you look at some of the examples that get given, such as in KZN, is a discussion that takes place at a provincial resourcing level, as opposed to just leaving it to the provincial COCTA and say, deal with this issue. So from that discussion, where an agreement was reached in MINMEC to say, elevate the discussion beyond just the budgeting processes of the provincial COCTA, but the budgeting processes of the province as a whole, so that this decision can be taken at that level. So we're beginning to see some movement. We're beginning to see some movement in the Eastern Cape, for example, where our counterparts there have indicated that, okay, now there's an allocation of a certain amount per kingship in the Eastern Cape. And of course, we've had feedbacks from some of the kings and queens in the Eastern Cape who say, okay, now we see this allocation that has been made. Now we want to go to the next level and talk about what is it that allocation should cover. And we said, well, it represents a certain level of progress. The money may not be enough, but at least we've moved a step forward. So I think the issue there when it comes to this aspect of tools of trade, and maybe it might just be that, Chairperson, as you quite correctly point out, that is a discussion that is beyond the national COCTA alone. Because that framework was approved in MINMEC. There were delays in its implementation, but what the Traditional and Question Leadership Act provides for, which wasn't there before, which is what DDG Mokhaladi was saying, was that for the first time, it then provides the Minister of COCTA with the authority to issue norms and standards that the different provinces then can be held accountable to. It wasn't there in the past. That's why the issue was just on the basis of cooperative governance. So at this stage now, it says, after all the consultations and everything, if the need arises, then the minister will then issue norms and standards to say, for argument's sake, that in terms of the level of kingship, this is the ceiling or the floor that we'll work towards, and so on and so on. So I think that's where the issue comes in, that the legislation at least provides that space for the minister to be able to do that. Yes, the Tools of Trade handbook has been in the offing for some time. But the argument we have been having, the debate we have been having amongst ourselves is if the handbook gets done and then it gets approved at the level of MINMEC the same way as the framework was approved previously, what is it that is going to change practically on the ground? So what is it that is going to change right now? We're saying with the act coming into effect, it then allows the minister, after following proper consultation processes, to then be in a position to issue guidelines, norms and standards that provinces then can then be held accountable to. The issue, therefore, Chairperson, I think on some of the areas here, I think the point that is being made, because it's not just about capacitating the department, COCTA at national level. I can say to this committee that in some of the discussions that we have with National Treasury when it comes to budget, one of the questions that gets asked is, we should be careful not to fund provinces through national. In other words, if you have this as a concurrent function, as provided for in the Constitution, where do we draw the line in terms of what should correctly be provided for in the budget of provinces, as opposed to what should be provided for in the budget of the national COCTA? So, which means that, quite correctly, Chairperson, as you point out, is a discussion that, in my humble opinion, goes beyond COCTA at a national level, because some of these issues, especially with financial implications, they cannot be resolved simply by saying, let's provide a budget for national COCTA. Because from a budgeting perspective, some of these aspects are going to have to be provided for at a provincial level. And so the discussion then, it becomes then important to broaden the discussion a little bit further to ensure that we then have our provincial counterparts in the discussion when it comes particularly to the resourcing issues that are being debated in the meeting tonight. But I think the feedback that has been provided has been quite useful in terms of shaping the thinking in what we need to do in terms of what is within our areas of competence. But as some of these areas go beyond that, and they would require a collective engagement that will require the involvement of our provincial counterparts, especially where resourcing implications are concerned. Thanks, Chairperson.
Is DM Mapela still here? Sfiso? DM Mapel.
Yes, I'm here. I was trying to unmute.
Yes.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, it's quite a number of issues that have been raised. I'll just identify 4 of them and also indicate a process. One, on the legislation processes, I can obviously go back to the department since 2013, when the process to initiate this TKLA started. It took 2 years in the Department of Research and bringing it into fruition, and obviously guided by what the traditional leaders were raising. The issue of the enhancement of the participation in the traditional, in the municipal council was one of the issues that motivated. Secondly, it was the issue of partnerships in relation to opportunities that are found in most of TLCs, and I think mining being others, forestry and others, that there seems to be decisions taken elsewhere and they lack participation of the communities and the traditional leaders. And then the other one was also the issues of gender parity, which was raised across the nation, that is not enough in the TGFA. So we need then to also begin to amend. And then obviously it's additional functions to the traditional leaders so that they are clearly specified and so forth. And hence when this law came in, it was applauded even by the traditional leaders themselves. And once that bill was then developed and then taken to cabinet processes, obviously there were other processes and comments that came in and went to the public comments. And then once it goes into parliament, it takes another process where additional participation by everybody, including traditional leaders, does take course. And at that point, it is the parliament that has the power and the authority to finalize the bill. And then parliament, when it processes these matters through the committee systems, they will then, even at the point of the adoption of the bill, go clause by clause, paragraph by paragraph. Now, the Ngonyama is raising the issues that are now very critical, Chair, and I agree with you that those issues ought to be submitted. We'll look at them. We'll bring the original concept of what went through the cabinet, and they will then say this is what went to parliament. And you'll then find that in the processes of parliament, and particularly in the NCOP, there's been a lot of rejections of issues, including the issues of the partnership. We spent 6 months engaging when Kosima Obani was still the chair of the House, engaging on the concept of partnership. And when the NGOs were brought in, the legal team of parliament was brought in, the departmental legal team was brought in. And for 6 months, we were going up and down around what is consultation, what is the form of consultation, is it after consultation, is in consultation. And once you bring lawyers in the room, Chair, you know what happens. There will be many views that comes across, many disagreements by the lawyers themselves, even before the sector could engage on the matters. And then it was at that point when we were informed that the NCOP is not happy with this. The provincial mandates were rejecting even this partnership themselves. So you will then find that things fall through the cracks as a result of those particular meticulous processes that takes place in the legislation. So obviously, if the blame is on the department, I'll then say we'll go back, we take the original documents, we come back, we look what went through the parliament, and whatever are the processes of the public hearings, certain things might have been rejected, obviously, not considered, or legal peoples, when they look at the legality of certain issues in the legislation, they may have been removed and so forth. And these issues of two representation could not have really been the original, but we'll check on that and we'll come back on this issue. But let's investigate the matter as to how we ended up with the issues that Nkosi Ngonyama is raising as issues that are undermining the sector. And but I doubt if it was the intention of the bill, because at the time we wanted to strengthen the role and the participation of the traditional leaders. But once it is in parliament, obviously the power and the authority to pass the law is not the cabinet, it is parliament at the end. So if they've gone through the eyes of parliamentarians and then these matters then were not seen or now they are being brought up, they will then have to be subjected to the process of amendment. But as you know that the amendment can only be effected after 2 years of the operating law, because we can't now next month and say we want to amend the law that was just came into operation on the 1st of April. We'll then have to then see which others, in addition to those that have been identified, so that we could then align them and really rectify and ensure therefore that we bring some kind of clarity and sanity going forward on those particular issues. Chair, I'll really do that research and we'll come back to it. On the issue of the budget in the department, I agree with Nkosi Mahlangu and the DG. You should just really accept that this department does not have a budget. The matters was raised with the previous ministers from Pravin Gordon. We tried our best, we couldn't win. Van Rooyen, we tried again, forth and backwards. Zolim Kize also came in, is now Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. With it, at least, there's very good cordial relations with the Minister of Finance. it seems to be understanding and engageable around the issues. But majority of the DGs in the treasury, they've been dismissing the sector totally. But with the understanding of the current minister, we hope therefore will be able. And he then gave us a process and say, hey, go and win your issues in the budget council. In the MinCombat, which is the Ministered Budget Council, don't even bring individual departments issues. They will deal with the global budget. But in the Budget Council, where the MECs of finances are there and so forth, go in and say the sector of traditional is not well funded from the equitable share and any other fiscals that goes into the provinces. Because the minister says the money is in the provinces. So if you win it in the Budget Council, then it will be easier than to then get the money necessary. And at the national level, we can then begin to engage on those areas. And this law gives us now an opportunity to say, this is the law that we think ought to get a budget, because the traditional leadership governance framework, we're told when I came in why it is not budgeted for. They say it was never, it had no cost analysis on the budget, and therefore the financial implications section of the memos, we just say we'll find the money along the way. And it's not how you really create a law. And that is why on this one, I insisted that it must have the financial implication, because we're bringing the traditional, we're bringing in the Khoisan people who should also be created as structures at the community level, creating structures in the provinces where they are going to be establishing and enjoining the houses, and also at the national level. So we therefore have an opportunity of really using the new law, now that is law, to go back and ensure that the Budget Council, the minister is well armed to go and argue for additional, because currently the department, I think, is only getting 200 million rand per annum. And that's not enough money to really run the affairs of the department. So Ngozi Mahlangu is correct to say we bring very aspirational laws, we bring transformation laws that begins to really resolve on a number of issues, but without money will not go anywhere, because these laws are passed, but then they are not being allocated any monies and so forth. On the issue of the program, Chair, I think that I agree with you, Chair, that the department has not brought a program to this meeting. And my proposal is that tomorrow there's a MinMec, will raise the issue with the province once more. It's a matter arising that we did present in the last MinMec, and provinces were to go back to go and bring and submit, and none of you had submitted. We come from the portfolio committee, will indicate the portfolio committee of today, and that this program is needed. We need to have submissions as soon as is possible. And the second week of May, Chair, we may have to come back to you and say, every province has now responded. We have a national rollout plan that includes the provincial rollouts. Here it is, look at it, and we'll then begin to ensure, therefore, that the TKLA is really rolled out throughout. But in addition, Chair, I will be going on a roadshow myself with the department to go to 6 of the provinces where there is majority of the Khoisan communities: the Northern Cape, the Western Cape, the Free State, the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng. Just really to engage with those communities that there's a new law now, and how this law, what does the law mean, so that we can then have what we call public awareness and the profiling of the law. And obviously in it, we will be dealing with the establishment of the commission and what the role of the commission is going to be doing, so that as many as participation aspects then can happen. Also, we'll also deal with the issue of the language that are going to be following the development of the Khoisan languages until we're able to have a common language that can then be developed, so that at the point when it has to be an official language, we're all working with a Pan-African language board, will also engage on that issue, including whether that radio station, which is in the Northern Cape, cannot be scaled up to a national radio station within the SABC family. But also the issue of the recognition, what does it mean? the recognition of the Khoi. And then obviously this will then help us to really to profile on areas where this community, which was not recognized in the past, should know therefore that they are recognized, and on what does it mean, so that they can all appreciate the very good work that has happened. Obviously, the DTA will be accompanying me. The MECs of the provinces will be part of the roadshows wherever province we visit. The Pan-African Language Board will also be invited. The heritage resources, because the issues of heritage and culture that are there, which we need to begin to really unpack, and so forth. And then also the provincial houses will be included in every province where we're going to be. I counted these 6 more specifically because this law is now recognizing, which is a very fundamental and very movement that South Africa is taking. We have even overtaken Namibia, we have overtaken Botswana, who have long been liberated even before us within the SADC region, because the 3 of us will always be going to the UN Indigenous Peoples Global Conference of the World, where we always have to account. And now South Africa will be able to go there and say, finally we have recognized, and these are the programs that are now going to be rolled out in the recognition, and so that then they can say the good work. Obviously, Namibia and Botswana are still lagging behind. They will eventually have to learn from us at the end. We also have to go to the ILO, International Labour Organization in Geneva, which had also opened a case against us as South Africa, to say that case does no longer have to go on. We have now recognized the last group of the indigenous people, the Khoi, and we therefore say this is a milestone, and thank for the support, the criticism that may have arisen at the time, and so that we could also close the international chapters on this very big achievement. And so, Chair, I think the Khoi communities will need to celebrate this, and I think by going there is to encourage them now to be part of the South Africa that we're building, united in its diversity towards a nation build. I think I've responded to Honorable Faiz Jacobs and Honorable Hendricks, who were saying that they are so excited that if we could really begin to ensure that these communities are brought into the fore. And on the issue of the sorry, Chairperson, on the other issues, I think that they were raised, we will then really have to go back and work out on those programs, as Elia said. And on the issue of the budget, we'll engage further on it with the minister, so that at the point where there's progress and where we're able to break through, we'll be able then to come in and give a report on that particular matter. So, Chair, let me just stick to those particular strategic issues, and then really come back on those 2 issues that I said. We'll come back on the law as to what happened, and also come back on the issues of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Bapela. It's now 16 minutes past 11. We're supposed to have adjourned this meeting at 10. It means now we've become counterproductive. And here we're dealing with our senior traditional leaders, which they also deserve to rest after a long day's work. We have agreed, I got consensus from the fellow committee members to say the next item that we were supposed to deal with, we should shelve it and set aside the whole day, Deputy Minister, on the 22nd of April. These are matters that we cannot push to the next month. Next month, we shall be talking implementation, which means we are going to also call all those provincial MECs in the province. And the beauty about it, we have already have your document, this one on the Indaba. There are matters also that provinces had to They should be coming, the letter will go to them tomorrow. They must update us on the steps that they've taken to implement the Indaba resolution as well. And then we'll plead with our members of the National House, including our provincial leaders of the houses in the province. And then like what the National House has done in a form of a presentation, our regent Ngonyama, we would also want you as provinces to also do the same, so that when we meet, we'll set aside that day, whole day, 9 to 5. And the beauty about it, the night before we'll have attended to the APPs and strike plans of the same DTA on the Wednesday. So at least we'll still be fresh. And then the whole day, this Thursday, this is how we're gonna deal with all these outstanding matters. Then it means the DG, you need to go back on those other matters that we've raised, and then you need to then also go and enrich your presentation to also deal with provincial specifics. But the letter to the MECs is gonna be issued tomorrow by the committee secretariats, so that we deal with these matters once and for all. Yes, that should be the way forward, so that then I can allow our leaders, our traditional leaders, to go and rest for now. Because if we were to start with the Indaba document now, definitely it is gonna take us 3 to 4 hours to exhaust it. Because also then on the document Mbapela, we believe they are quick wins. Yes, it's a long term, it's like our freedom charter, as we've said it, but there are also quick wins that we believe. Having read the presentation of the National House, you can see that there are quick wins which the National House also believe could have been implemented as quick wins on that Indaba resolution. So it's fine. Then maybe this issue that to say when the Indaba was conceived, there could have been a plan to say it's gonna last for how many years, because the Freedom Charter, the beauty about it, when it was founded, we were not in government, I suspect, Deputy Minister. Now this one is the own things that it was government, civil society, and traditional leadership saying that we need to fix all these issues that are affecting traditional leaders. Definitely, it needs to happen in our lifetime, not when we are gone. I think it needs to happen in our lifetime, and I think this is the legacy project of the sitting house. My understanding to say, at least when their term comes to an end, they will say, "Hey, we've done these things, having contributed to the Indaba." That's why we'll continually expect to get progress report. Like in my introductory remarks, I said, what is one thing that when we deal with the Indaba resolution, they will say since our last meeting in November 2019 up to date, this is one thing that we can say we have implemented coming out of the Indaba, that we can brag about as the department to say this one thing that we have implemented, that we can brag and say, yes, we have achieved one of the objectives as set out in the Indaba resolution. So I need to end this meeting here. Want to thank our traditional leaders from the National House and those from provinces that have joined us. We want to thank you for your time. This is an ongoing matter that we assist with. It also then deal with what Honorable Mkalipi was saying. We take this institution very serious as this committee. And I think if we work together side by side, we are going to make that difference. Let me thank my colleagues, Honorable Jacobs, Honorable Hendricks, Honorable Kulu. You have heard the dates and you've shown interest on these matters. I hope you'll join us again on the 22nd as we continue to deal with this matter. And then to thank also the colleagues, fellow colleagues, members of the committee. Thank also the team from DCOC. I see there are also teams, DG Dipova, Whenever we're having meeting with you, there are colleagues from DCOC, but it's the other way around. When we have meetings with DCOC, we hardly see any representation from your department, traditional affairs. I don't know what is the issue, but if you are talking about the district development model from DCOC within the same portfolio, I should think you should be utilizing it also with this side. But with the exception of the DM, maybe because the DM is the DM of the entire ministry, that's why it's coming. But from admin side, we hardly see people from a traditional affairs. Maybe it was going to also assist you a great deal. This is the issues that we've also raised on the oversight because it was happening. We could hardly see colleagues from that side. It will be DCOC. So, but I think it's a matter that you need to work on so that maybe if you then come, you'll understand the thinking of the colleagues so that it will help you also do much better in your area of work. So I want to thank the colleagues from DCOC, parliamentary support staff. I also seen the manager for committee. She has been here with us as well. We want to thank her. Thank you all that you must all have a good night till we meet again. This meeting is adjourned to the 22nd at 9 o'clock.
Thank
Then
you, Chair. Good night.
but we'll still meet when we deal with the reports. I think there's APPs for DTA on the 21st.
Good night.
Yes. Good night, everyone. Good night.
Yeah,
Good
good
night,
night,
Chair.
Chairperson.
Good night, Chair.
Good night, Chair.
Good night, Whip.
Good night, Chair.
Good night, DM. Good night.
Thanks.
Khoi and Chair.
Queen and Honorable Joe. Get well soon.
Miyetlela kahle Chairperson.
Tatela kahle, tatela kahle, tatela kahle. Mitlela kahle
Inkomo.
nangwe. I can. You can
Inkomo
see.
sine. Danke.
Yeah, I can.
Inkomo, Chair.
Aye, chamo isitulo.
Very
Aye,
Isona.
Ngiyathokoza.
Ngiyakhensa, isona.
Ngiyakenzile inkomo.
Aye.
Sabona
Aye.
na ka one day meeting.
One day meeting mitamilawa nanguna mfano kumivulavula. Mivulavula ngopfu.
Ana hayingisela na hlengelele.
Mahlengeleta ku sungula mfano kumivuya vona thengo votiwa.
Ulati for kunethengwe zwino. Wedera zwino.
Kaba ambe chibenda bo hosinzanwizi kaba ambe chibenda.
Nangomuntu yamba chona nirombo hayani. Bichamba zabukuma ndihamba Luvenda, not even Shivenda, Luvenda.
Nda.
Nikani sema zwe nika fichitu.